am live.
Sorry.
Just letting you know.
This tremendous sculpting brought to you by pills to keep Russell sane.
Well, they try to. Okay. What? No. Why?
Matter.
Oh. Twitch being Twitch. Is that what I have to do now on fucking mobile?
Oh.
I'm trying to bring it up on my Kindle so I can keep an eye on chat in 2 places, and it's being obnoxious.
So.
I searched my channel name, and it brings me up 3 different other people that are not me in different languages, and then shows videos from my channel beneath it and isn't actually taking me to my channel. But then I found I could hit my profile and go to my channel from that way. Anything to make more steps. For God's sake. Because of course. Let's just do that. Alright. I need to find something to listen to. Is this the playlist I even want today? I don't know. I guess we'll go to this playlist. I might end up changing what I'm listening to at some point. You guys can't hear it because I'm listening to my Spotify. I can't play my Spotify list on here. Because if I do, this channel will get taken down faster than anyone can blink. Alright. It's Saturday. It's a bonus stream day. Because I really need to get this done. We got the head done. Well, we got the most of the head done yesterday. The eyes are going to be googly eyes. And last night the husband said that he wanted eyebrows for some sort of expression on this dude's face. So, I'm going to have to put them in either right before we attach the head or after we attach the head, somewhere around in there. I got a little bit more yarn fluffed last night. Okay, put water over there. All right, so today we're going to start the body. I'm not sure if I should really be starting the body or the head first, but do you want to do this like we did the head, where we wrap around the edges and work our way down, or do we want to start on the tail? I don't know. Alright. I think we look like we're in frame. Alright. So, this end down here is where the head's going to attach. I'm probably going to wrap around the nub of where the head's going to attach here, and kind of crazy directions to at least just get some color on there because of how I'm going to have to attach the head, or how I'm going to attach the head, I'll put it that way. So down here might get a little messy. Maybe we should have started at the other ends. I don't know. Alright. So this guy is kind of long, and he's gonna be a little bit awkward. And the body is a little bit kind of sort of pretty dense. I did that by design, so he didn't try to deform on me while we're going here. So it will take a little bit of time to get this colored in. Not expecting to get very far today, but it needs doing. And I'm having a hard time trying to work on other projects with this outstanding. Sorry for the coughing, I am slightly sick. But hopefully it won't be too bad. Alright. No idea how much of this color we are going to need to get this guy done. Probably a bit more than what I have left already. Probably. So I'm gonna try to get this end like as sorted as I can. I'm still gonna have to come back over and add more to cover up the connection, but hopefully that'll just be some little patches on the top. And won't involve anything too major. Oh, this incense of mine today does not want to stay lit. Did it fall over again? Nope, but it did that time. Okay. Fell over when I went to check on it. I have this metal candle holder. It's kind of like for a tea light. I don't know if it's for like one of the battery operated tea lights or what, but it keeps the incense contained It's like a little metal fishy that I got from Tarpon Home and Garden, or Garden and Home. I think Tarpon Home and Garden, when we were down at Tarpon Springs. They have such fun stuff. All kinds of like metal sculptures and wall art and outside decor. Fun store if you're ever down there. Definitely check it out. They have a Facebook page. I think they're open like 10 to 6. Like I said, this guy's a bit dense, so he's gonna take a little bit more stabbing per piece going on. Okay. Hope everybody's weekend's off to a good start. If you are also working on the Christmas gifts, I hope your Christmas gifting isn't, or holiday gifting, really. A couple different holidays around in there. Hope you're almost done and that you're not stressing too much. I have to watch this tail here. It's got a mind of its own. Now, we still have to make the legs. I haven't made them yet. I wasn't sure if I wanted to make those first or not, but I'm going to end up coloring them before we attach them. So then I was like, well, it might make it super awkward trying to color the body around the attachment points. So maybe, just maybe, we should color the body first. Hoping we can get at least one side done. That would be helpful. Maybe I should have started with the tail. Oh well. Alright, my guy Okay. So I'm gonna get a little bit of water here just to help kind of bring the fluffy fibers together. Like, I don't want this real tightly wound up here, but and I'm gonna overlap just a teeny bit here. Doesn't need to be too tight. Alright, I'm using a small gauge needle. Now the body I made out of polyfill that I just kind of needle felted into a shape. I might have to add some patchy pieces over where the colors are going to meet up here. But I'm also not real sure how my neck is, like how far around my neck's going to attach, so I'm not sure if I want to fuss real hard about that at the very moment. Or if I want to wait. And fuss over that as we get the head attached. Head won't be the very last thing we do, but it'll be close. We'll take a little bit of time here today. What is making noises behind me? Something is. Just not sure what. Something keeps rattling. Okay. Yeah, like I might put another piece right in there. Just a small one. And the color that's underneath will like flip up along the edges, so I'm not going to stress the edges too much yet. I don't think we need to worry too hard there at the moment. We'll deal with that more when we get to the underside. I'm glad that we got most of the head finished yesterday. But eyeballs probably won't go on until after I get the head attached. Probably the very last thing we'll be doing is the little fin on the top of the tail. Husband said he kind of wants that to go down the whole body. So I'll have to attach the head before I attach that. That's going to sit on top of the head attachment point. Now I could just attach the head with hot glue and call it a day, but I don't really trust the hot glue to hold the weight of the head alone. So I have a different idea. For that. Okay. So almost got our second little band of color in here. Almost. Yeah, I do want to add a little piece there before I go too far. Just so I don't forget to come back and deal with it later. Doesn't need to be a real big piece. Just need it to be a little guy. That might even be a little much. Right, so my color that I am using, ooh, can't get out of my own way, is an acrylic yarn. you can needle felt with acrylic yarn. Some people suggest or say that if you're gonna do the outer of your critter or creature in acrylic yarn, that you want to do the inside with roving as the inner core, because sometimes the acrylic yarn can have trouble sticking to itself. I've not really had trouble with the acrylic yarn sticking to itself. It might take a little extra stabbing, but I've made it work. However, I ended up doing polyfill for my core because I don't have roving core money right now. So, we went the budget-friendly route. Budget-friendly route does mean a little bit more prep involved, as it does. So, I did have to fluff my yarn to get it from its skein state ready to crochet or knit with into its floofy state. And that involved brushing out cut strands of it. And usually what I'll do is I'll take my yarn, I'll cut the strands, and I'll brush it out, and then I fill a Ziploc bag. So that way, I have fluff colors ready to go when I want to work on something. And my Ziploc bag is clear, so I can see what colors are what. Plus, I have the barcode from the wrapper in there with the color number and the color name on there. The paint box yarns only had the color number, so I had to look up on my order what color was what, so I could write the color name on it. And right now I only have yarn from Paintbox and Big Twist. And those two different UPCs, two different brands, the UPCs are very different, so I don't have to worry about getting them confused. The Paintbox UPC is much smaller, and the Big Twist value line is much longer. So I am able to distinguish the two brands apart from each other fairly easily. Okay, I don't want that to go flying. Plus doing the polyfill or core roving. And core is just like the inside of your critter. Your canvas, if you will. Will save you quite a bit of outer color. And I'm just using a single small size needle. Sometimes the tighter your weave, the smaller needle you'll need. So I'm not even sure if the medium or large needle would work here. I don't know the exact number size of the needle. My toolkit that I had picked up, and I'm still using the same needles from It came with a bunch of needles. It just said S for the size, so I don't know. If it did have a numerical value to the letter, I didn't see it. And I had just picked up my toolkit off of Amazon. And it came with the wooden handle. It actually came with a multi-needle handle that has like 8 needles in it, and it's very heavy. It doesn't seem like it would be that heavy, but the handle itself's a little heavy. And then with that many needles in there, and then trying to felt with it, it tires my arm out real quick. Because instead of using enough force for one needle, you're using enough force for 8. And that needle handle, like the needles are in a circle, so then it feels like I'm missing the center. And it feels like I'm doing more work than if I had just done the single needle, to me, personally. So I was like, I'll just stick with the single. I'm good. Alright. Let's see. Get this edge. So, like I said, I'm not gonna worry about my edge too much at the moment, because we still have to cover the bottom half. So I'll probably just worry about the edge when I get around to that. Okay. All right. Sorry, it's probably going to be a quieter stream today. Just kind of in the stab mode to trying to get this guy done. I am on a mission, but my arm will only let me go so fast, so arm gets tired. And we have to stretch it out every so often. But so far it's looking okay, at least on the top here. Not sure where we'll be at come Tuesday. I've been doing the extra live streams to work on this guy because I really didn't want to record. Because when I record, I usually end up editing it. And really didn't have that much time to edit. So I'd rather just do it this way. Do I just want to use this whole piece? Alright, so I do try to overlap just a tiny bit. If only just to try to prevent any weirdness where the two colors are joining in. Okay. So that looks a little thin there. I'm not certain. Could just be a lighter section of the yarn. It might be all right. All right, before we get too far here, let me try to get this edge kind of tapped into here. So I'm just kind of doing this edge so my yarn doesn't eat my yarn. So my needle doesn't eat all the yarn. There we go. The yarn shouldn't be eating. It should be past eating stage at this point. Since it's no longer attached to the... Well, it's not sheep. This is acrylic. That's right. Never mind. In my brain, there's acrylic sheep running around getting sheared. I know that's not how it is. Even if that would be kind of funny. Alright, so what's everybody up to today? Any plans? Just gonna chill for the day. That might be a little bit of a thin spot. I might put a tiny patch over it because I keep staring at it and I'm like, I don't know. Or I could wait and put a little spot over it when we go to do the bottom. That might be what I end up doing. Okay. And so far, I mean, we've got a little bit of noticeability for where the colors are connecting, but it's not too bad. Like, it could be worse, right? That whole section looks a little thin. I might not be able to fix that when we do the undercolor. I might have to fix that now. Well, at least now is in after I get this bit of color a bit more attached. Alright, so I know that I haven't done this yet. I do know that. kind of held off on that at the moment on purpose. Just to kind of see how the rest of this goes. Normally, our art days are on Monday and Tuesday. But I've got a lot of work left on this guy. And if I want him done before the end of the year, then we need to get some extra time put in on him. And I would very much like him done before the end of the year. Sorry, I had to change how I was sitting here. Now, our shape might morph a tiny bit as we are adding our color. But I did my best to try to make the core a little bit extra dense in the hopes of preventing that. Just so we don't have to come back and try to fix the shape with color. Because while we could do it, it doesn't mean I want to. Now, I did not put any armature wire in this. This is all polyfill. And this is probably what would be considered the more boring aspect, or the more boring part, is when we are just colorizing the larger bits here. I mean, I get it. It's not that exciting, but still needs to get done. So a slight section over here, just a small one. Where it looked a little thin. So I'm going to try to make sure to get that covered up. It's hard to tell with this yarn though. Because this yarn has either an extremely light pink or white running through it. So sometimes I'm not sure if I'm actually looking at a thin spot or it's just a section where the lighter yarn all kind of came together. Because I have another one of those spots like up in here. But I think I'm going to leave that one be for right now. Because we're going to attach the head like around in here, and then I'm probably going to put some patches over that attachment point for how I'm going to need to do it. So I'm going to try not to fuss it too much. But I'm more than likely going to have to come back and deal with that at a later date anyway. Okay, I don't want to like go too crazy overlapping here. But I do know that I need to overlap it just a little bit. Okay. Now see here, I do have a little bit of thinness trying to happen. Which I really didn't want to deal with. But if I have to put another patch in, then I have to put another patch in. That's just the way it is. Sorry, I had an itch. Okay. Try to do our overlapping in here. Show you what was... Like, I've got a second noise now, and I don't know what it is. It might be my monitor shaking. It might be, in fact. Just try not to overlap too much, because I would like to get some ground covered here. And if I just keep overlapping the same spot entirely, we're not going to get very far. Okay. I haven't gotten any extra bear and breakfast recorded yet. That's usually what I do on my off-stream days, but really need to get this guy done. I still have some more bear and breakfast going up later in the week that I had already recorded. I think I've got one more episode going up tonight. And then we have the archived live streams from the past week going up on the channel. And then I think I've got a couple more bear and breakfast episodes. Like, I've got stuff going up on the channel through next weekend. On the YouTube channel. And that is the same name as here. We have a good number of the live streams archived. I try to archive most of them over there. There's a couple that are missing from a ways back. So this one we're gonna have that little overlappy line right there. Okay. Probably gonna turn this guy. Yeah. So I do have a little bit of a thin area down here on this side. Kind of where my one finger is at the moment. All right. We'll get this section, this spot right here. Like not right in that spot, but like right here. I might have to add a little patchy guy. We'll see though. Maybe it just looks thin because it hasn't been attached in yet. It's probably okay. Oh. Ah, let go. A little bit of water. I don't want this sopping wet. It's just enough to cause some friction on my hands so I can actually roll this to bring the fibers a little bit more together. Okay, I just want to overlap. Don't need to be super all up in there. Now I'm not gonna make the thin out of polyfill. We're just gonna make that out of straight color. I'm just kind of doing a rough tack down there. And then here. Since this is the side that I'm working on. We'll take our time a little bit more. Like my needle's bent. It might be. I don't exactly go straight up and down like I'm supposed to. Okay. And this polyfill's pretty dense, so all right. Excuse me. I kind of already overlapped the edge a little bit. Just like real quick. And so here I'm just like going to the very edge. If it feels like it's too far out, I'm just gonna grab the very edge of it and then like just kind of push it in a little bit on the surface, like push into the other fluff, and then I'll start stabbing down. If I feel like it's fanned out a little too far. Felt like a car door slam. Look here, Axolotl. Your tail is becoming a menace. feeling I'm gonna end up filling that bottle. Okay. So this process will take a bit of time. This isn't gonna go super, super quick. Because, I mean, we've got a lot of real estate to cover here. We might only be like, what, a quarter? No, maybe a third of the top side. And we haven't even looked at the underneath yet. That's gonna be a whole nother X number of hours just getting the underside colored. My goal today is to get at least the top body colored. I don't know if that's realistic. I don't know if I'm being over ambitious in my goal. We will see, I suppose. Okay. So this piece was a little bit thicker. So it's going to take a little bit longer to get that attached. Okay. I need to get this edge piece jabbed on into place here. That still feels a little bit loose. It looked a little bit loose. And I ran my hand over it. Alright, that's a little bit better. Okay. So I'm just gonna try to separate. First, I want to kind of just mix these bits of fiber. That way I can get a kind of an even pull from both of them. A little bit of water. Again, that's just to kind of help bring my fluffy bits together here. Okay. And I'm going to lay down on there. Okay. And I want to overlap just a teeny bit. Again, just to try to keep any seams from being a little too strange. I mean, you're gonna have a little bit of lining where the colors are meeting with how I'm doing it. Sometimes it doesn't really matter too much. I had a little bit of polyfill showing through there. Yeah, not a big deal. Because I still have to do the underside, right? So I can always fix that when I come back through with the underside. And I'm just kind of attaching this piece to this edge first. And I'm using acrylic yarn that you would just normally knit or crochet with. I do have a acrylic yarn prep video on the Nisey Needle Felts playlist on the YouTube channel. I think it's the first video on that playlist. I'm gonna flip this guy around just for a moment here. Did see a thin spot on this side too that I'm gonna have to deal with in time. think my needle itself has kind of bent just a little bit. I keep looking at it. It looks like it's on an angle. Well, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good day. We are working on needle felting an axolotl for the husband for Christmas. As one of his gifts. He already got the other gift, which was a painting from a coloring book page that I enlarged and slapped on a canvas. And this is the other part of his Christmas gift. He usually gets some sort of handmade critter, at least for the past couple of years. The one year I sort of tried to bring one of his D&D characters to life. Hope your weekend is going well, or at least your Saturday. Last year, I made him an imaginary creature. Are you thin? No, you're just light colored yarn. Okay. That's not actually a thin spot. Alright, that's fine. That makes my life a little bit easier. So this is the head. The eyes are not on it yet. Eyes are going to be googly eyes. Those are going to go on here, and then I have to do eyebrows on them. But I think I'm going to do that right after I attach the head. I want to get the body on this thing colored before I attach the head. The body colored and the legs on. I still have to make the leggies. Haven't quite gotten there just yet. This guy is turning out to be a little bit more involved than I had anticipated. That's on me, though. %. That is a thin spot, so I'll tell you what. I'm gonna kind of flip you up there. So last year I made him an imaginary creature that was sort of part of an inside joke between the two of us that we called Chungosaurus. This year he's getting the axolotl. And next year he's either getting a pigeon or a banana slug. We haven't decided yet. Kind of depends on what time allows for. Have you been doing for a while? This guy I've been working on since October, but I was only working on him 1 day a week. But we've had to step up that. So far today, we've only gotten this far today, with putting the color on it. I've been needle felting for a fair amount of time now. Probably about 2 full years now, needle felting itself. I generally needle felt, like paintings of landscapes. For quite a while, I was working on a series where I was needle felting. Autocorrect. Yeah, autocorrect always makes life an adventure. I wasn't sure if I was misreading that or if a word got missed or something. But I was doing a series that took me probably almost 2 years to complete. We're approaching year 3, maybe a year and a half to complete. Where I was needle felting along with the Bob Ross Joy of Painting tutorials. It took me probably maybe 2 years, because for part of it I was only doing it 1 day a week. And then I stepped it up to 2 days a week, where I followed along with season 3 of The Joy of Painting, but needle felting with it. That was quite an adventure. I've got those live streams archived on my YouTube channel. But we haven't gotten very far today. My goal is to at least get to here colored on the top. I still have to do the bottom, but that's a matter for another day, if that's what it comes to. We do have an ad break coming in about 2 minutes. It will be a 2-minute long ad break. I don't run the whole 3 minutes right now. And if you aren't subscribed to the channel, you'll probably get the ads. It does help out the channel, but if you stay through them. But I know some people have ad blockers and the like, so just letting you know. You won't be missing a whole lot, though. We'll just be working on getting this popped in here. And I'll still be on the screen, you just won't be able to hear me. Well, no, I don't know. It depends. Some channels I've seen ads where I can still see what the streamer's doing in the corner, and sometimes I can't, so I'm not sure what it'll do. I guess it depends. But yeah, I started working on this guy in October because I'm like, oh yeah, you know, that'll give me plenty of time to get him done. And I won't have to stress about rushing to make sure he's complete, because last year, the Chungosaurus creature, I started December 1st because I got started late on Christmas gifts for people. And the husband said he didn't mind if his was late, and I didn't get his done till like New Year's Day. So, and that was pretty much working frantically every spare moment I had on it. So now I'm like, oh gosh, it's December 7th. Here we are again, where I'm not gonna get done in time. So that's why we're doing an extra stream. We did an extra stream yesterday, and we're doing an extra one today, so that I can try to... Hi, kitty. I wasn't expecting you to be down there. So I can try to not get too far behind on this. Oh, I am getting hot though. I do have to take off my coat. Okay. That's a little better. Oh, that's why it's getting up into the 50s now. We're gonna have a warm day today. And then it's gonna plummet right back down into the 30s, I think, tonight. Oh no, tonight might be 40s. Because they were talking about we might get rain tomorrow. Alright. So I just want to anchor this side down now. As much as I can. I wonder if we're actually gonna get the rain tomorrow. First it was all day. And then they changed it to where they took it away entirely, and now it's back on the forecast for a chance of afternoon or evening rain showers. We haven't had any snow yet. It can snow here. It has snowed here in the past. We just haven't had any yet this year. Well, this fall slash winter. I think in like maybe January, December, or January, maybe March or something. Earlier this year, we had a little bit. I think it only snowed like twice. Which was more than enough. Can confirm your stream is still there during the ads. Above the chat, just no audio. Okay, cool. The weather is lethal for you right now in the UK. Heavy wind and rain. Oof. Yuck. Stay warm. Stay inside. Stay dry. Try to, at least. Yeah, we've been doing okay weather-wise for the most part. We actually had a fall this year, which was kind of weird. It usually is like summer and then boom, winter. The leaves actually fell off the trees slowly this year. But our area, we're kind of in the middle of the country in the US, and this area can have ice storms. We haven't had too many of those since we've been here. They're not really, even though they can have ice storms, they're not really well equipped to handle when it snows, oddly enough. They do a real piss poor job of it. I grew up in the northeast part of the country, and they were always pretty on top of at least the main roads whenever it was snowy. And the rule of thumb for your job was if it was on the bus line or anywhere near the public transportation line, and those buses were running, your ass better show up to work. Because they didn't want to hear people calling out. If the transit system was running, they would always give people a bunch of shit. I'm like, well, take the bus if you don't want to drive in it. You still have to walk to the bus stop. Some people just can't if they have issues. But oh, give me 1 second. Excuse me. My mom needed something real quick. She needed the husband. But here it like flurries and they're panicking about shutting the schools down and getting kids home early. I'm like, it's flurrying. It wasn't even sticking to the road. It was kind of sticking to the grass. And this area's a little mountainy. So I would have thought that they would have been able to handle snow on the roads a little bit better. But apparently they don't. And everybody starts losing their minds the second it starts to just flurry. Not even sticking to anything. They're like, oh, we gotta close school. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It's barely laying in the grass. The one year they started shutting down school early, sending everybody home. Everybody was losing their minds. It flurried for like 2 hours, barely stuck to the grass, and as soon as it stopped, it was melted. And I'm like, by the time normal school let out time came around, there was nothing even in the grass. And I'm like, really? All right then. Okay. Alright, so this is just acrylic yarn. Just nitty crochet yarn. Cut some strands of it for however many I feel comfortable holding. Then I take a sticker brush and brush it out, and then we get its pre-twisted yarn nitty crochet state that we are felting with. Typically most people use roving. Roving's expensive though for me right now, and I can't find it in all of the colors that I wanted to do my Bob Ross needle felt along with. So I went with acrylic yarn and just did the prep work of making it a little bit more needle felting friendly. So I'll have a little bit of lining where the seams are meeting, but I'm okay with that. Husband doesn't care if he even notices. He might not. But yeah, I normally don't do critters. I normally do landscapes with this stuff. We're working on a tissue paper rooster for my mom for her Christmas gift. I'm not done that yet. I'm hoping that we finish that on stream Monday. Oh, that's right. We're doing the Axolotl Tuesday. But we have to finish this on Monday. I've got the edges done. Well, most of the edges done. I left off here. I still have this side to do. I was trying to do these sides off stream, because we still have to finish the background here, and then I have to put the nest in because I hate the foot. I don't like the way the foot came out at all. But This is all tissue paper. That's on a 6x6 canvas. It's hard to tell with how I'm zoomed in for this guy. But my mom's obsessed with chickens and roosters. So that's what we are doing for her. Plus we got her some other stuff when we were away in September. We brought home a couple of goodies for Christmas that we put away for her. It's like a cookie jar candy dish thing that's a rooster that you pull the top of it off. And we got her a calendar. And there is photos of some of the landscape stuff that we have done previously with the needle felting on the Instagram and on the Ko-fi. I'm not sure who might have more. Sometimes I forget about posting on Ko-fi. I try not to, but my brain is scattered on a good day. Sometimes I just wish I had a thing that would post to everybody. Really bad about posting on the YouTube community tab too. I remembered when I did the crab. Should be links down below or under about for all the social media stuff. I need to make time to go back and start posting some of the old art onto Blue Sky, because I've only recently transplanted myself there. I've got so many ideas for stuff I want to do. I just don't have enough hours in the day to get around to doing it. Maybe wasn't a fan of how Twitter had changed. Yeah, Twitter was getting a little bit obnoxious, shall we say? Where every time I was loading in, it was either nonstop posts from the idiot that's now running it, or political stuff being shoved down my face, and I'm like, I don't want this. I have to live it every day. I don't want to have it shoved in my face when I come on here to post about other stuff. My sanity needs a break. I'm already high-strung enough as it is, dealing with everyday life issues. I don't need to be dealing with this when I'm checking in on what my friends are up to and stuff, so it's just, let's not. Wasn't seeing anything from anybody that I was following half the time. Excuse me. Yeah, that was the nicest way I could phrase that. But yeah, I just had enough of of his buffoonery and asshattery. I have to deal with it from all sides now. With how the election went. I'm not getting political. We don't talk politics, but I'm not a fan of that man. I think he lives in his own little bubble and has never had to deal with the real world and any real aspect of being told the word no. This is not how this works. And he's trying to shoehorn how he wants everything to work onto everybody else, and it doesn't work that way because you have to have a ridiculous amount of money to make the world work that way for everybody, and that's not going to happen for everybody. But anyhow, 100% you truly despise him. And he's not that good of a person. Like, I've heard multiple podcasts about this guy, and he's not a good person. He is quite the asshat. And it was truly eye-opening, the stuff that they were talking about on these podcasts that they researched very fully, and I'm like, wow. I was like, yeah, no. But what can you do? So I moved over to Blue Sky. I haven't posted that much on Blue Sky. My husband actually joined Blue Sky. He's trying to learn how to code because he wants to make some games. That was another part of his Christmas present. I was okay with him spending money for some coding courses. Because it's something he's been wanting to do for quite a while. His first game he's trying to make is something ridiculous for me. So we'll see if it actually ever gets made, but he's trying. He's done some artwork for it. He's more of the digital artist person. You still have your Twitter, but for the longest time, it's just been a seizure diary. Yeah. Yeah, I still have mine. I haven't deleted it yet. I'm just not really posting that much over there. I'm just posting when I go live. For some of the people that followed me over there that didn't go to Blue Sky. But I think some of the people that were following me over there have moved over. It got to the point where now all I'm getting are follows on Twitter from what I think are bots, basically. I'm getting all of these follows from people over there that have never posted a single thing on their Twitter. And I'm like, okay. This is weird. Or from graphic artists that are looking for work. And I understand you're hustling and trying to get your name out there. I get it. But I'm not looking for any graphic artist work right now. My husband's done all of the art for the channel. He's the digital artist. I'm more of the hands-on artist. I've tried to do some digital. Buzz. I've tried to do some digital, but I have a hard time with it. I need to touch the stuff. And I know that sounds bizarre, but I don't know, like, it's hard for me. Because, like, he was trying to show me, oh yeah, there's these paintbrushes, there's paintbrush tools and stuff where you can, like, paint like Bob Ross on here, and I'm like, but but this doesn't look right, like, to me, and it, like, I understand some people can do some really lovely things with digital. I just have a hard time because I can't feel the paint moving across the surface. Like, I can't feel my brush pressure. So I have trouble with that. I want to do a little bit of digital art. I want to try to do a little bit more. We talked about maybe me taking our art pad that we have and trying to maybe do some line work to maybe make a coloring book, maybe, or at least some coloring pages. But he's gonna have to probably teach me vector again because it's been quite some time since the last time he was showing me. Although I guess if I'm vectoring, I don't necessarily need the art pad, but because he usually does vector with the mouse. But I don't know. That's one of the things I want to try to do. I just don't have the time for it at the moment. I've got an idea for some magnets that I want to make. Some needle felted magnets. Haven't had the time because I'm trying to get the axolotl done to work on those, but I got these little 3-inch wooden squares. So these are 3x3, and I'm gonna use Bob Ross for my inspiration, right? Like we did with my series where I followed one season and we were doing 8x10 needle felted landscapes. But I'm gonna scale it down to 3x3, or try to. And let me see here. Nope, that's something else. That's something else. Oh, I can't turn the page. There we go. This is for a personal project. Uh-oh. Loud noise. Almost dropped my tile. I was more worried about snapping the needle if I push that back too far. This is for a tissue paper art project I want to work on. That I'm going to record for the YouTube channel. It was just a mock-up of it, but I'm going to scale them down to like 3x3 and see if I can needle felt something like this, right? I think this is from season, what was it, season 31. This was the first episode. And I'm going to put that on a piece of felt as my canvas. And then I'm going to attach it to here. And I've got these coffee stirrers. Hang on. I don't have enough space in my workspace. I picked up these wooden coffee stirrers. Right? So this will be the back. So it's got something solid to get attached to. And then I'm gonna cut these so that the corners will come together like a picture frame. Because these are pretty thin. I can cut those with an X-Acto knife or scissors. And then I'm gonna paint the frame. And then I've got some magnets to put on the back of this to put it on the fridge. So that's what I want to do. Will it actually work? I don't know yet. But that's one of my projects I want to work on, and we'll be working on that on the channel here. I usually do the mock-up demo sketch on stream, but I really wanted to try out my new colored pencils. So I did that one off stream. But that's one of the projects I'm excited that I want to get started on. But that will be after we get Christmas gifts done. And I'm going to be doing a large tissue paper art project, that little flamingo sunset thingy. That's going on that's going to take me a while. That's going on, what the hell size was it? 36 by 48 stretched canvas, I believe. That I have to record though, because in my live stream setup area, I don't have the room to stream that very easily. I mean, I could try to set up my secondary camera. My secondary camera is not as good. But then the husband's going to be like walking through the shot all the time because of where I'm going to have to set up to do it. So we might just record that using an older cell phone that is slowly dying, but like he cracked the screen on it, but it would be good enough for that. Use phone tab. Yeah, like, so we're gonna try to record with that. We might be able to stream with it. Maybe. I don't know though. But I was already gonna have to edit that one anyway. I have to see what I have for tripods. I've got an extra light panel. We had replaced my lighting. I had a ring light around the camera that I'm using right now because it was the best that we could come up with because I had gotten it on clearance. Then I had gotten another ring light on clearance that I had to the side of me, but the only light mode that ring light, excuse me, wouldn't make a horrendous buzzing noise with was like a rainbow color that was constantly like circling and made my arm look way more red than it usually is. So I was like, every time I put it in the white mode, no matter what white mode it was in, it did this horrible high-pitched buzzing noise. And I was like, right, so that's not gonna work. So we replaced that light with a light panel, and he got 2 of them because he didn't realize how big they were. And they're like on their own tripods. It's probably about, it's bigger than my Kindle. So Kindleception here. So there's my Kindle, right? And it's probably like my Kindle would fit inside of it. Put it that way. So we have a second one, so because we're only using the one. Because he got 2, and I'm like, why did you get 2? He's like, I didn't know how big they were. I didn't think they were that big. And I'm like, measurements, sweetie, measurements. And I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with a second one? And he goes, I don't know. I guess just hold on to it for now. I was like, okay. So I have an extra one that I'm not using at the moment. So we'll probably use that to set up, to light the big canvas. Because I'm going to set up a card table. Because right now I'm on an L-shaped desk. Like, it's my computer desk / streaming art area. Because the room we're in isn't overly huge. Like, we don't have a whole lot of space in this house. Because we're living with my mother-in-law, and my mom is living here. My dad was here as well. My dad passed away. So now it's just My mom, the mother-in-law has her room. My mom has the room that her and my dad were sharing. And we have a room that's technically not a bedroom, but we made it a bedroom because space and finances. We kind of didn't have a choice. So I really don't have a whole lot of room. Plus, there's like no closets in this house. I don't know why there's no closets. There's like 2.5. There's a tiny ass closet in my mom's room that is filled with boxes of stuff that is just being stored. And then there's the closet in the mother-in-law's room. She's kind of has like like an accordion folding door closet. That closet's crammed with all of her stuff. Alright, that is a little bit thin there, so I need to put a patch over that. Second layer, whatever you want to refer to it as. And the rest of the house doesn't really have any closets. So I'm kind of surrounded by containers holding my art stuff, holding our clothes. We also have a 50-gallon aquarium tank in our room that is housing his hermit crabs. He only had 2. He's gonna try to get a whole army of them. And then the one place that he liked to get them from stopped selling them. And the 2 that he's got right now, he doesn't even know if they're alive. They haven't been up since we got back from vacation. Probably the beginning of October. We think somebody was up at one point a few weeks ago, and then they went back under and dug themselves back under the substrate. So now he's not sure if they're alive. We're gonna have to go crab hunting soon. Like, we had fish in there at one point, but yeah, they were way too much trouble. They were way too expensive. They were more of a pain in the ass than we wanted to deal with. So when they all died off, we're like, okay, no more fish for a bit. Like, you would think fish wouldn't be that bad, but the water changes, the vacuuming. It just got to be a constant demand that we just didn't have the energy for. So we're back to guinea pigs. Well, that's what we got my mom. My mom wanted a critter. And we don't know if we might be moving out of state in a few years. So we didn't want to get a long-term commitment pet that was going to be a trial to move across the country with. Because we already have several cats, and we've got 4 cats and 2 dogs at the moment. And the cats are older that we have. We expect that we'll probably have maybe 3 of those remaining when if we end up moving. So we didn't want to get her and we might have one of the dogs remaining at that point. Kind of depends. I mean, both of the dogs are older. I think the one's like 7. And the other guy, I think, is 12 or 13. So, I really don't know what to expect with him because his litter mate passed away. We had his litter mate, passed away in end of August, beginning of September. But he had kidney issues. He had all kinds of issues going on. So I don't know what to expect from his brother. But we didn't want to get my mom a cat or a dog, because that would just complicate matters for us further down the road. So we ended up getting her some guinea pigs. They have about the life expectancy that, you know, that's fine. We've had guinea pigs before, not a big deal. Old hat with us. We've done them previously. So one of the pigs is ours. But the cage is in her room, so we can't do pig cam right now. I wanted to, but it was going to be a real big hassle to do that. Plus, my mom watches TV all day. So, pig cam would have to be muted. For sure. Because I never know what she's going to be doing in there. And sometimes she takes a nap, she turns all the lights off, and I'm like, oh, okay. So, I don't know if that would really work out so well. It was another thing when they were in our room and I could set up a camera. In either a small temporary holding cage or their big cage, depending on where it was located. But their cage is about 5 feet long. And we have that set up on a table. That's where our other table went. Remember I kept saying I thought we had another table? The guinea pigs are on it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I forgot. When we went to do Art Farmer's Market, we're like, I thought we had a longer table. Neither one of us remember that we're using it to hold the guinea pig cage. Folding tables aren't cheap either. I think that's why we just used the one that we had. Alright. So, what do we say? We're about maybe halfway down the body itself, almost halfway. At least the top side of it. I'm fairly certain that I'm going to need to fluff more of this color. Because I still have the other side to do. Did you hang the other stuff up to dry?
Oh, I actually put it in the dryer because I had a dirt moment.
Oh.
Oh well.
You didn't put a dryer sheet in, did you?
No.
Okay.
No, I know better that much.
Okay.
Just got used to drying it.
You okay?
Yeah.
What's up?
Mute for a moment.
Sorry, husband was discussing dinner plans. A change in dinner plans. From what we had decided earlier today. Alright. You was AFK for a while and you thought the stream had crashed. Oh no, sorry. No, I kind of like stopped moving while he was talking. I was trying to give him my attention. No, we're still here. Oh, he asked me to mute for a second so that we could discuss the change in dinner plans. No, my camera's behaving so far today. We think we need to replace the cord on it. It's either the cord or the port or the extra USB card slot thingy that we added to my computer. But I think there's other stuff in that card that hasn't acted weird, so I think it's the cord. So every once in a while it'll throw up the camera logo because the software and or camera decided to get weird. That's been one of the tech gremlins I've been battling recently. You're not ordering it yet though, right?
No, I'm just seeing how much it's gonna be.
Okay. I was gonna say, it's really early for you to be doing dinner. Alright. So when we've got thicker sections of fluff, it does take me a little bit longer to make sure that I've got it attached. This is quite the workout today. Don't need to do treadmill today, man. Quite the arm workout. Okay. Let's see. I don't think this is... Well, might work. It's just going to be a thinner band of color. Alright, let's see here. I need you to at least be attached kind of on the side. So let me start to anchor that. Oh, that's why I have the finger protectors on. These are finger coats, finger protectors. They're kind of like a faux leather suede type deal. It has like a harder coating on the outside of it. It is still possible to stab through them, but they'll keep the injury to a lesser degree. Should you stab through them. I'm really good at stabbing through them. Really good at that. I will say that. I'm really good at getting the fingers that aren't protected too, especially when we're doing more intricate critters. When I had to do the one of his D&D character, that had armature wire in it. And I kept getting every single crevice of a finger that didn't have a protector on it stabbed with how I had to hold that thing. I really don't like working with the armature wire. I was glancing off of it, was hitting it. It was just awkward, so that's why I didn't do it on this one. I just tried to make sure that our polyfill center here was thick enough to withstand the color being added to it. Excuse me. But these needles have little tiny notches cut into them, right? That's what grabs the fluff. So you don't want to really stab through your finger, because it hurts. It really does hurt. I haven't had a major injury with this, but I can totally see you going like pretty far in. And I don't know how trying to pull it out the way it went in is going to go. That might be a bit of a mess. And you can't just push it through the other side, because this down here is thin, but then when it gets to about here, the thickness increases to where the handle is. And then it has an L-shaped little handle on it. So that's either you can use that as your handle to needle felt with. Some people don't use the wooden or plastic handles. They'll just hold on to that. Or that is there to help keep it in the handle. So you can't just kind of push that on through. That's not going to work. And then whatever fiber that was on it, that might get jammed in there. So that might be a trip to urgent care or the emergency room to be like, hey, had a bit of an accident. These needles are fairly sharp. They have made me bleed before. Not a huge amount, but they have. 100%. And for all that I'm stabbing through this pretty vigorously, they are a little delicate. It is possible to snap these needles. I've done it many times on stream. In fact, one of the streams that we were working on this guy, I snapped a needle a couple of weeks ago. That was fun trying to find it because I had a cat sitting on the floor next to me. I'm like, oh no. Where did it go? And it went a lot further than I expected it to. I thought it was going to be at my feet, and it was about like 5 feet to the right of my feet. I was like, oh, okay. I had like fuzzy PJ pants on the one day I snapped a needle. Couldn't find it anywhere. And I went to brush my hands off on my pants when I went to sit back down, and I was like, ow, what was that? And the needle was clinging to my pants. I was like, oh. Okay, well, at least we found you. So that's something, I suppose. They are magnetic. We did find that out. This set of needles, one of my magnets will locate. So if we ever lose another one that we can't locate, we'll pop the magnet out. It was just by chance that I happened to see it too, because it was in a black fuzzy rug. We have like a bathroom rug that has like the thick rubber backing on it. Just inside our door that we used to go outside. That's where it landed. But we needed something that had a like a non-slip backing to it for the dogs. Because we didn't want the rug to slip out from underneath of them, so we're using that. And it was just sitting on the top of it. I just happened to see it. I thought it was like a thread or like a tiny stick that had come in from outside, and then when I touched it, I was like, oh no, that's what we're looking for. Okay. So I just happened to see it. Didn't want that to end up in anybody's feet, animal, or person. Okay, let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything with this piece. I don't know. It's kind of small. I might have to put this down the end. Like, you would fit okay there. Like, there would be better. Alright, tell you what. How about you hang out down here, and when I get down here, we'll figure out how we're going to work around you. How's that sound? Because you're still definitely a usable piece. How many dogs do you have? They are your weakness in life. Right now we have 2. For a brief moment we had 3. The mother-in-law picked up a 6 or 7-year-old. We think it's a Shih Tzu. Something along those lines. Her sister had taken it in from somebody else that couldn't really care for it, that had taken it in from some older couple that had passed away or something, or that they couldn't take care of it anymore because of their age or whatever. The dog's been passed around a little bit. So we ended up with it because well, I think the mother-in-law was jealous that my mom got guinea pigs the one time. So she ended up with this dog, and she was gonna take it with her and her other sister traveling when they're out gallivanting with the RV. But we had two corgi mixes from the same litter. The ad in the paper said corgi mix, and I'm like, okay. When we got there, only one of them even remotely looked corgi-ish. But they were cute. So, the grandmother looked more corgi than any of the other dogs. And I was like, okay. I don't know what these other what it's mixed with. I don't think they knew either. And so we had him and his brother passed away the end of August, September. We had been battling some issues with him medically. He had had a cancerous growth removed from his neck at one point, and he had had some back issues off and on. He'd really hurt his back where we didn't know what was wrong. And the one vet's like, well, he needs an MRI, but we don't have the capability to do that here. And we're like, okay, who does? And they're like, there's a teaching veterinary school in Oklahoma City, which is about 4 hours from where we live. They can do it. I'm like, for how much? I don't know how much it was going to be. I guess maybe because it would be a reduced cost. The other vet we went to, they're like, well, the x-ray is only going to tell us so much. But we started a pain medication regimen with him. And they're like, if this doesn't help, we'll have to like discuss our next step, because we didn't know if he had to have surgery. And we're like, oh shit. So we really weren't in a spot where we could do this 4.5 hour drive across state lines to get this MRI done. I'm like, really? Nobody closer can do this? And that would have been a long ride for him, not feeling well on top of it. So we kind of waited it out and kept him on the medication, and he actually improved and started to be more like his old self. And then he had a kidney issue start to flare up, and he had kidney stones, and then there was something in his bladder that they didn't know what it was. And he told us it was time. It was enough of fighting through everything, of trying to make it better around the end of August, and we just couldn't do it to him anymore because he was in pain, and nothing we were doing was helping, and he couldn't have any higher pain dose medication and stuff. So then we were down to just Zuzu, his brother, and the mother-in-law had come back with her dog because we were going away for a couple of weeks and we needed her to watch the house and the pets. And he kind of latched on to, or we believed he latched on to the mother-in-law's dog. So now we have the mother-in-law's dog while she's traveling around with her sister. So long story short, we had 3 briefly for like 2 weeks. Then the mother-in-law left with her dog again and then came back like 6 months later. And now we're like back down to 2. He was either 12 or 13. Like, I've lost track of how old him and his litter mate were. Him and his brother. Um they're either 12 or 13 ish. Something like that. And they're just little guys. His Zuzu, he's probably like 22 pounds, something like that. £22 of trouble is what he is. Alright, so I think we can get the top of this. I haven't dealt with that yet. I'm coming back to that. This is kind of thick. Well, it's probably okay. We'll make it okay. Alright, so I'm just trying to overlap just a little bit. Okay, let's see here. Because I don't want to keep overlapping too much. And we'll never make any progress forward here. So is she getting dinner with us, or do I need to make her something you didn't say?
No, I was gonna give her a cheesesteak.
Okay, because I was gonna say the last time she had the thing that she usually gets, she didn't like it.
Yeah.
It's that, or she can have a piece of mine.
She seemed to want the cheesesteak.
Okay. Hopefully the reenactment traffic will be done by then. They are doing a reenactment of a Civil War battle this weekend. Right down the street from us. I'm kind of surprised they reenact it. Excuse me, typing as the ad started. That's how your old collie Meg is. She's an old rescue, found with no ID, chip, or collar. After really bad floods and less than a year old, she responded to that name though. Oh, that's nice. Well, at least she's got a good home now. I had collies. I had 2 rough coat collies years ago. I had a normal tricolor, like the standard color, standard Lassie color. And then I had a blue Merrill. Dog was gorgeous. But the breeder we got her from, we got both of them from the same breeder, had quite the operation. If there was a place to put a shed and a pen on her property, a barn, man, she utilized every square inch of that property. She was breeding show dogs though. But the one we got was not considered usable in the show ring. Because the white the white ring around his neck was broken. It wasn't solid. So he didn't make the show ring cut. I really didn't care because I wasn't going to show him. So your favorite breed, your first dog was also a collie. Nice. I had a Sheltie. As my own dog. My parents had Saint Bernards when I was growing up. Boy, those were a dog that took some convincing to get up if they didn't want to. Oh my goodness. We had a mixed long short hair Saint Bernard that thought he was a lap dog at times. Or simply just didn't care if you were in his way and he wanted to be on the couch. He was going to be there one way or another, and you either had to get out of his way or cope with him laying on top of you. Excuse me. And we also have 4 indoor cats currently. We have Mr. Peabody, who I have no idea how old he is anymore. We've lost track of that. He was from county shelter. Ed's an orange cat. And he's also from the same shelter. Him and Mr. Peabody were acquired at the same time. I don't remember what Peabody's name originally was, like the name he came with from the shelter, but we changed it to Mr. Peabody. I don't remember what they were calling him originally. It's been that long. And then we have Cow, who looks like a cow. We did not name him. The people that we got him from as a kitten, their kids had already named him, and I'm like, alright, whatever, I'll roll with it. That's fine. He's black and white. And too smart and stubborn for his own good. And then we have Little Bit. She was part of the cat distribution system, where we had lost 2 older cats due to illnesses kind of back to back, like within a month or 2 of each other. And probably about 2 months after that, we were on a walk at night and we were going past a car wash and we heard this like frantic meowing. Tiny little baby meows, super frantic. And we're like, what the heck? We're like, what are we hearing? And it was odd because it was like the first time the car wash had been desolate at night in a while. And all of a sudden this tiny kitten came like charging up at us and we're like, whoa, what is happening? And it took us, like, she was terrified, but she was also terrified of us and everything, but was like demanding food or something from us. And then she was trying to eat a leaf, so one of us went back to the house to get cat food to try to get her close enough so that we could grab her, because she kept staying just without of arm's reach. And man, we tried to capture that cat for like an hour, and she finally went into an area that was like holding trash cans, and I'm not even sure how she managed to get in there. And we had to pull the trash can out, and then we had to like dig through it and try to block a potential escape point that she could have wiggled herself into that we would have been able to get her out of. To get her out of there. And we walked back to the house with her. No other kittens, no other mama cat in sight. No idea how she ended up there. So your last one was a cross golden retriever cocker spaniel, and she was real madam. She was amazing though, and she knew when you were going to have a seizure, and if they went into full convulsion, she would stand over me like a bridge to keep me pregnant. Oh, that's nice. That's lovely. Our dogs would probably think we were playing. and try to join in. So we've got the 4 indoor cats, and we actually, I don't know what it is with the cat distribution system, but we actually have 2 on deck that kind of want to be rescued, but kind of don't. Um, we had this one cat show up out of nowhere, frantically looking for food one night, so we gave it some. And then it kept coming back, and then after a while it brought one of its friends by. And then the friend just ended up staying here. That cat got hit by a car, unfortunately, the original one. In front of our house crossing the street. I was like, oh Jesus. We didn't have enough room to bring him in. Like we had too many cats in this house. We couldn't bring him in. And we didn't know if he belonged to anybody either. We didn't know if he was just making the rounds begging for food or if he was actually homeless. And the friend stayed, and then the friend had another friend show up. And so now there's kind of 2 hanging around. That we can't really let in. Well, the one we tried, and she was like inside for 5 seconds, and she's like, no, I hate it here. And she wanted to go back outside. And we're like, okay. The other one would probably come in, but he's not fixed, and I think he's too. Let's start some shit to be coming in the house, so. We didn't really call the animal shelter about them because at the time the animal shelter was full. And we told them we're okay with feeding them, but if they start causing problems, we're gonna have to call and turn them in. Plus, I didn't know if the orange one was anybody's. I don't want to turn in somebody's cat. But that cat's been pretty much living here. It's only disappeared very briefly here and there, and I haven't seen anybody post about missing him. So I don't know if he was dumped or if he was a feral to begin with. Well, we're definitely making some progress. I'd say we're about halfway on the top now. Still might have to do some recording on this guy. Tomorrow we have a Coral Island stream, and I'm not going to cancel that to work on this. I want to do Coral Islands. So I might have to record a little bit of working on this before Coral Islands tomorrow. We'll see though, I might not have time. We've been sleeping in a little bit the past few days because we haven't been feeling that great. By the time we get the dogs dealt with and get ourselves breakfast. Haven't had all that much extra time. Let's flip over. Oh, goodness. I might have to put in some extra hours on this guy at night. Let's see, today's the 7th. I need to look at my calendar here. So, Coral Island. Finishing the rooster on Monday. So, about 4 hours on Tuesday to work on this guy. Wednesday, we're doing Planet Zoo. I would have to do, let's see, we're about just shy of 3 hours of working on this guy today. So that means this side will take about 4 to 5 hours. Alright, so if I do a bonus stream on Thursday, to do this side, work on the tail. We have to, because I'm thinking we'll work on the tail. Do we work on the tail on a Tuesday? Maybe I won't have to record if I do extra live streams next week. I hate video editing so much. I'm like, I'd rather just record it and export it to the channel, to the YouTube channel, instead of recording it and then putting it up. I am slow to edit. I still need to finish editing 3 other videos. Alright, so yeah, I might not need to do any extra recording on this guy then. Because if we do have the live stream on Tuesday, then I can work on this guy on probably Thursday and Friday. And I'll see where we're sitting at that point. Alright. So, needless to say, this is not a normal stream day for me anymore. For a while it was, and then we kind of changed up the stream schedule when we came back from vacation in October. So where I was dark on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But this guy needs doing. And I don't want to interrupt Coral Island, because we're having a good time with that stream. We just got into the more interesting bits over there. this is definitely an extra stream. So let's see here. I just want to get my overlap section kind of tacked down there. Buds flying everywhere. All right. When we come back to do the underside, I'm gonna have to make sure that I'm getting the edges pretty good. So I was originally just gonna focus on the edges today, but I'm like, no, I don't want to. We did that with the head, but the head was a smaller piece. And I was worried about the head shape distorting. I did it a different way. Okay. But all in all, we're not doing too terribly bad today. Doesn't seem like we've gotten very far, but down here I don't think it'll take as long because it's not as wide. What time are you ordering dinner?
Probably like 3-ish.
Really?
What?
For
4-ish then.
well, okay. Well, when are you doing pickup for? Immediate?
Yeah, it usually takes like a half hour. I have to go get yours and then ours.
Okay. I don't know, 3 just felt kind of early. You know what? Hang on. I need to look at something. Do these have something in the middle, or do you just start a large bit of felt and continually over top of it? Some people will do armature wire or pipe cleaners to make their shape. And then they'll wrap their roving around the wire to so they don't have to fill the whole shape solid. This is solid. I didn't want to deal with armature wire, so yeah, I gotta look up something real quick. Okay. I have to look up the time of something real quick. Oh, that's helpful. You've listed the parking fee, but not how long it's going for. That's helpful. Oh wow, they're really getting into this reenactment. So the reenactment battle is between 1 and 2. And then from 2 to 3, they're going to have wounded soldiers taken to the hospitals for medical demonstrations. Wow. So from 2 to 2:30. Alright, so I would imagine by 3 you'd be able to get through there without too much traffic. Jesus. This is solid though. I used, sorry, it's one of the roads that we have to go through to get to where we're getting our dinner from. So, this is solid. This is polyfill. Like you would stuff a pillow or like a stuffed animal with or something. I didn't have the money to buy that much roving, but because like a box of roving can be like 30 bucks for like a solid color. I've got a 20-ounce bag of polyfill for like under $10, and I had it for a different project that I didn't end up using it for yet. So this is all solid. There's gonna be art live stream archives on the YouTube channel. Same name as here. On the Nisey Needle Felts playlist, where I started making this out of like a little tube of fluff. Because like you can kind of see where I added on the back, where I like added little connectors to try to cover all the tubes of fluff that I connected to each other. I did the armature wire once. Hated it. Absolutely hated it. But I needed the wire because it was a figurine of a basically kind of like a tiny T-Rex lizard standing on its legs, so I kind of needed the wire in there. But I wasn't a fan of that. Because I had to like wrap the wire in roving, and then because I had enough roving to do that, and then kind of like felt the roving to the wire, and then I came back in and added the color to it. That drove me crazy. But like I don't do critters very often. We did Marvin, my little desktop lawn flamingo. This is just embroidery thread that I have wrapped around his legs because I needed somewhere to put it. But he was one of the first little guys that I made as a critter. So he took me maybe 2 days, I think, trying to get the head and shape right, the head shape and the neck and the body and stuff. Now he started out as like a half circle of styrofoam in the middle of him. But because I stabbed him so much trying to attach the roving to him, because he was done in roving, that the styrofoam deformed and turned into the shape that it was. I could have put a piece of styrofoam in the middle of this guy, but I don't like the noise that the needle makes when it's going through the styrofoam. It's very scritchy. How to describe it? Kind of like nails on a chalkboard, but not exactly. If you're using like the hard craft styrofoam. It's very squeaky from the needle going in. And that stuff you really have to watch your fingers, because I've gone in one location and had my needle bend through the little pockets in the styrofoam and had it come out somewhere else entirely that I did not think it would ever have popped out there. So yeah, I much prefer doing the flat landscapes to the critters. The critters drive me batty, but I also chose to make it this big. I didn't have to. I could have made it smaller. But I'm like, oh, let's go big or not do it. So here we are. And then when I get down to this point in the project, I'm like, okay, I want to be done now. And I'm like, why did I make this so big? Why? Okay. I think I might need to use this whole piece because it's a little stringy. This section didn't get brushed as well. Alright, so I'm just gonna make a little fluffy tube here. Fluff snake. Okay. So if I get you say about there-ish. Alright, let me tack down the overlap. So that doesn't shift on me. So a lot of the times I will be having some part of my hand holding down the fluff that hasn't been tacked down yet, because the little Barbies notch thingies in the sides of the needle will grab the fluff, and if I don't, it'll just start pulling it, and it'll pull way more than it ever really needed to. And I'll like lose a whole bunch of fluff a lot faster to one spot than I had anticipated. It's just like, oh, all of the fluff. Why, thank you. And it's like, no. That was designated for a larger area than that. Okay. But yeah, it's a little time consuming, especially working on something quite this large. So, not sure if it's hard to. So this guy's like, probably from wrist to elbow. He's like going off the screen. And that's just this length. And then the tail, if I straighten out the tail is probably another wrist to elbow length on me. I don't have very long arms though. So let's see. Hey, silly, you actually have a ruler here. Why you should use it. So let's see. You're in the UK, right? So the body length itself is probably about 29 centimeters. And then tail tip to base, maybe 21 and a half. Roughly. Something like that. And that's just the body and the tail. This guy is about hand size. The head. Yeah. He's a big boy, and I'm regretting making him this big now, but this is where we are. So, that's why he's taking a while to make progress on. To make measurable progress. Uh-oh, the husband's frantically typing. Is he typing in chat or is he typing somewhere else?
Maybe somewhere else.
Okay. So yeah, next year he wants either a banana slug or a pigeon. We'll see what I end up doing. Because I might actually have to make that ahead of time. Like, well ahead of time. Like, I might have to start that in September. We'll see what next year brings. But we might be traveling the middle of November. So I'm going to lose some work time there. So I might have to start it in September. Go for the pigeon, less risk of it eating your bananas. He picked up a banana slug finger puppet while we were away. We had gotten married in Key West, and we finally got to get back there, just the two of us. For a week. We were there previously, but my mom was with us because she had never seen it. And we were usually traveling with either the mother-in-law or my mom or something. We're not often traveling where it's just the two of us. But we managed to get back there the end of September, beginning of October. And they have a butterfly conservatory down there. And they have 2 flamingos. And we did the little extra gathering after hours thing where we could be up close with the flamingos and they got to run around in front of us kind of thing. And the gift shop there had a banana slug finger puppet, and he ended up getting that because he was enamored with it. And I think that's where he got the pigeon too. I made him get the pigeon because I had never seen a pigeon. He got a pigeon plushie. I've never seen a pigeon plushie anywhere else that we had been, and I was like, oh, you have to get this. We're weird people. We like pigeons. We like seagulls to a point. I grew up around seagulls, like, all the time. Being obnoxious little assholes, cawing constantly. But where we moved to is landlocked. I used to be near the ocean up north, and where we're at now, it's pretty much landlocked, and there's no seagulls here. And the area that we're in isn't really in a city or anything, so we don't really have pigeons either. We have some doves, like the brown doves, but it's not quite the same. And we kind of miss seeing them. And so we were actually so happy that we got to see some seagulls and pigeons while we were down in Florida. We're probably like one of the few sets of people that were actually excited to see them. We're like, oh, look. Everybody else be like, are you crazy? Probably. Okay, I've got a little bit of a thin spot right there. And I don't think it's just lighter colored yarn. I think it is the base of our guy shining through. I just want to take care of that real quick. It's an easy fix. We just need to slap some more color on top of it. Not a big deal. We didn't get to see that many pelicans this time. I think I saw a couple. And actually, there really weren't that many seagulls. We saw a few. But it wasn't like they had taken over the place. Okay. Get our next bit of fluff here. So I think we're starting to, yeah, we're starting to narrow a little bit. So that's helpful. Let's see, what time is it? All right, we've got a bit more time, probably about another hour. We should be able to get the top done at least, not counting the tail. If we get the top done, and we still have some time, and I might start the underside. I need to keep moving on this guy. So his Chungosaurus that I made him last year, that guy took me December 1st to New Year's Day, working pretty much nonstop. Every chance I had to do a live stream on him, I was live streaming. I had to record a little bit of it because I think my voice had given out and I just couldn't talk anymore for the day, so I did do a little bit of recording. But that was quite a beast. It was a character that was part of a creature that was like an inside joke between the two of us, that was a mix of a cat, a dinosaur, a turtle. Was that it? I think that was it. And he was maybe, oh gosh, maybe this, his back was maybe this long. It might have been a little bit wider. Well, maybe about this size. And he had a tail too. And then he had a neck like kind of like a brontosaurus. He was very awkward to work on because I attached his legs before I added the color to them. That was a mistake. Which is why I'm gonna make the legs and color them and then attach them after I get the body on this guy colored. Oh, that's right, I'm supposed to make the leggies. Shoot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do bonus streams next week on this guy. We still just have too much to do. Way too much. Alright. You, I can feel you getting pulled short here, so I don't want you to do that. I'm gonna anchor this end of the fluff in place a bit. Probably gonna have to add another little bit of a patch in here. Because it was a little bit of a thinner section I could see trying to make itself known here. I need to get some stuff made. I need to get back to oil painting if I want those to be dry enough to give away. We did a art giveaway at our local farmers market last summer. I only had enough stuff to do 1 week or 1 day. They do it like every Saturday. Like sometime in April to, I don't know when the last one was. Maybe it's sometime in September. And I gave stuff away for free. And I made a decent amount in tips. Like not a huge amount, but probably more in tips than if I had been charging for the artwork. And stuff got new homes. Because I was running out of room to keep stuff. Like some of it was stuff that hadn't sold when I had my Etsy shop running. Or stuff that just was here. I just didn't know what to do with, didn't really have any place to display it. And I was like, well, I mean, I'd rather somebody that has room to hang it or make use of it have it than it just collecting dust in a drawer somewhere. We have these like indoor flea market type stores where you can rent booth space. And I was almost tempted because the one store had a wall available. For $20 a month, but the location wasn't great. And I think that's why that space was $20 a month. So I didn't end up doing it. I thought about it. But decided not to in the end, at least for now. You were supposed to be photographing one of this weekend as a maker's Christmas market, but it was canceled because of the weather. Oh goodness. Yeah, I couldn't imagine trying to do that in that kind of weather. I think I'd seen some people post that it was getting pretty wild with the wind and the rain and everything. Yeah, it was outdoors. Oh yeah, totally. Totally cancel that shit. That ain't gonna work. That isn't gonna work at all. Bad enough when it's breezy, stuff will be trying to take off. It's not weighed down. Like, every year they do a big craft fair in our town, specifically. And there's other craft fairs around. It's a lot of money to get a booth. And I didn't think, well, number one, I didn't have the inventory to do a 2.5 day fair. Number one. And number two, I didn't really think I would make my money back from the application fee to get the booth space. So, and then they have a whole committee apparently that has to approve the stuff because they were doing handmade craft fair, and I'm like, okay, but the one year you had a bunch of people that had stuff that looked like they had bought it in bulk from like Oriental Trading Magazine, where it looked like a bunch of the same plushies at several booths that looked like they were made for like $2 in mass. Like, those didn't look handmade by somebody at their house making them. They looked mass produced because there was quite a number of duplicates that looked identical, that didn't have any of the little quirks and stuff that you would see from something that was made by somebody, like 1 or 2 people specifically, sitting there and making them at home. Like, that looked like factory made, I'm sorry. I think the big thing at our craft fair this year was people making soap. And I'm like, okay, but how many different soap booths do you need? I think there was 2 different freeze-dried candy vendors, and I'm like, okay. There was a bunch of handmade soap people. I was like, alright, I guess. There was a multitude of quilted, like, quilting booths, but they had some different stuff. It wasn't all, like, bars of soap, so... I mean, that was fine. Can't you share a stall with 1 or 2 others and split the rental costs? Like, take it in shifts? I don't know. I'm not that, like, I'm not really networked in the circle of other crafters around here locally, and a lot of them come from out of the area. They weren't local to within a city or 2 of down here, as far as I could tell. A lot of them were like a good number of hours away, and they like took up the entirety of their space. I also don't know how much they were pulling in over the weekend, because there was a lot of people browsing, but I didn't see that many people buying. A few businesses that you have photographed do that. Interesting. Very interesting. But I think for now, I might stick to doing the art giveaway at the, flea market, if I can get enough stuff together. I think I made like $50 in tips. Because, I mean, a lot of people in our town, they don't have very much money. So, and the kids were like real excited when they saw it was like stuff for free. They're like, it's for free. I'm like, yeah, up to X number of pieces. And they were like so super excited. Like, you mean I can just take one? I'm like, yeah, whatever one that you like. That was kind of fun to see. And your epilepsy isn't photosensitive. Well, that's good. Because that would be tough. That would make things pretty difficult, I would imagine. With camera flashes and all that. Especially with my hand rapidly stabbing stuff. But yeah, we'll see if I can get enough stuff together to do a day or two. I've got some oil painted magnets that were finally dry enough for me to seal. And get the magnets glued to the backs of their the wood that I had put them on. And I had a couple of needle felted landscape pieces that I didn't have any hangers attached to them. And somebody's like, oh, well, I mean, you could probably just put some magnets on the corner and put it on the fridge. And I was like, okay. So then that's where the tiny magnet idea came from. And if they're small, like 3x3, I should be able to make those a little bit faster than the 8x10s that I was making, so we'll give it a shot. We'll see. We'll see how the idea looks once it's actually put together for the first one. We are going to do that on live stream once I get the Christmas gifts done. That is on the plan. Oh, my arm's trying to lock up here. Alright, let's see. That's probably a good spot there. Get this overlap. So, no, actually, we made some decent progress. We're almost up to that little pink band I had put in from the shorter piece. So, we're not doing half bad here. Like, part of my brain is like, oh god, this is taking so slow, and another part of me is like, but no, step back, look, you actually have gotten some stuff done. And this is a pretty dense core for this creature, so it takes a little bit of muscle work getting our yarn stabbed into here. So I do the acrylic yarn again because it is more budget friendly for me. I can get the skeins of yarn on sale sometimes for $1.99 if I manage to catch a really good sale. Usually it's like $2.99 on sale. But I can get a whole lot of stuff, a whole lot of fluff for that. Where the roving, I was having trouble finding it in the colors that I wanted. And the colors that I was finding, kind of expensive for the amount that I was getting. So it would be like $5.99 for like this much. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's not enough. And I haven't had to replace any of my balls of yarn. Like some of them, like this was like probably a $2.99 ball on sale. I've had bigger ones that I got for $1.99, so I get a lot more mileage out of the yarn than I do the roving. Now, I could buy roving and dye it. But I don't have the patience or the time or the energy for that. Or the money, because then I still have to buy the roving. And yeah, I can buy a bulk box for like 30 bucks, but it's like a cream ivory color. And I still have to dye it. And more power to those that have time and patience to deal with that. I do not. I know my limitations. And that is definitely one of them. I couldn't tell if that was light colored yarn or if that was my base creature color shining through that section. So it was just easier to just slap a patch over it. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're definitely getting somewhere today. Is it as far as I would like to be today? No. No. I would like to be one side done and be starting the other side already, but that's just not happening. Let's see, how much fluff? I still have a fair amount of fluff in the bag. I want to make cookies, so I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to squeeze that into this madness. I might make them tonight. Maybe. I don't know though. Husband needs to make Chex Mix. I don't know when he plans on making that. Because now his mother and his aunt want him to make them some. Because they're traveling around in her one sister's RV and they're coming back here on Monday. And I don't know when they're leaving again. I thought they were leaving like the middle of the week. But we don't know yet. They haven't updated us on their plans. So he has to make theirs before they leave again. So I kind of need to work around when he's planning on making that. But he might work on that tomorrow. I either do it tonight or I do it Thursday. I could do it Thursday. And then we just live stream on Friday and Saturday next week, or I could do it next Saturday and we live stream on Thursday and Friday. Really want my cookies though. Alright, this section here, I feel like there's a spot there. I keep staring at it. Alright, let's get that attached into there. Alright, we're not doing too bad. Got like this much left to cover for the top. I actually might need to fluff some more of this. Alright. Like, I've got some fluff still, but I'm like, I don't know if I've got enough. I don't think I have enough to finish it because I still have to do the tail. Tail's gonna be an adventure, and I still have to do the underside, and then I have to make the legs for this thing. I haven't made the legs yet. I'm not really looking forward to making the legs, but they shouldn't be too bad. Because the legs for this guy don't need to support him. They just need to be there because he's going to sit on his stomach. So that should save me a little bit of frustration. I'll still have to make the legs solid enough where when I add the color, they don't deform, but it will be one less thing. It'll still be something for me to deal with, but we'll see. That is a matter for when we get the body color finished. And I have to make 4 of those. I'm hoping that won't take me too terribly long. It might take one live stream session. Potentially. Especially if I'm trying to color them in the same session. So I'll probably make the leggies similar to how I made the antenna thingies. But I'll have to make them a little bit thicker, I think. I'm gonna need like a cylinder type shape. And then I need to make like a little ball for the, like the foot where the little finger things are gonna come out of. That's probably gonna be the worst part, is doing the little feeties. Those little fingers and toes. Alright. So next I think the craft fair that comes through our town every year, I think the booth application fee is like $250 if you need an electrical space. Some people had generators that they were running their own electricity with. But they do it at like the very end of summer, and it's so hot. We went and we were melting. This piece might not be long enough here. Not for right there, but for right here it is. Alright, we can work. Well, is it though? Is it really? Kind of. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's getting a new chair for Christmas, so we won't have to listen to his chair creaking ominously every time he gets up or shifts for too much longer. Like, the chair is in the house. He's just not allowed to have it until Christmas. If it was up to me, I would have given it to him already, but my mom had gotten it for him, so she's like, you can't have it till Christmas. Yes, mother. We like picked out our gifts, right? Because every time she blindly gets us gifts, she's either getting me clothes that I can't wear, that I can't deal with it. I'm like real texture sensitive, and she buys me shit that she would wear and doesn't listen to me when I tell her, no, I can't wear that. No, I can't wear that. So she's finally learned it's just easier to take us shopping and let us pick the stuff out. But then she withholds it until Christmas. And then we get it at Christmas. Well, Christmas Eve, technically, that's when we do our gift exchange. Alright. I probably overlapped that a little too much, but that's alright. Like, I picked out a couple of shirts, tissue paper for my large tissue paper project that we are going to be recording, I think. And we'll have to see about what camera I end up using. His husband had a heck of a time getting the video I recorded while we were away off of the one cell phone. And then I will have to pay attention to the cell phone battery. But we'll see. I've got a couple ideas that we can kick around for that. Alright, and I picked out some paint because I need to refresh my paint stock. Because they don't make the brand of paint that I was using anymore. The place I had bought it from bought out that company, removed it from its shelves, and stuck their own house label paint on their store label. Alright, let's see here. Don't know if this is quite long enough. Might be. Alright. Trying to at least meet this other band of color here. Got to make sure I was... Christmas Eve is when you used to do all of your shopping. It was the panic and chaos of others that gave you a bit of inspiration to get home and wrap it up and meet some of your friends at the pub for the evening. Nice. My anxiety would never let me wait that long to get everything done because I would end up forgetting somebody. That and I was always working, right? So, for 6 years I worked for a craft store chain, and then ended up leaving and going to work in a casino. But I was usually always working Christmas Eve. Some years they would let us leave early, but not all years. So one year they let us leave early, and then the next year we were like anticipating them letting us leave early and taking it down to a skeleton crew for like the last hour or two. And no, they made us stay till close that night. And I'm like, really? Thanks, guys. And then we got our Christmas bonuses, which ended up being a gift card some years and for the same store, and then other years it was like a $25 check that our payroll taxes had gotten taken out of. So I'm like, yay! Thanks so much. Are you sure you don't need this more? Cause okay. But and we were busy right up until closing most years. But then when I started working at the casino, that was a 24/7 business, and they didn't care if it was a holiday. If it was a holiday, they were going to be even busier. So plenty of holidays that I had to work, and they only let one person off in my department on Christmas Day. Ever. So you had to like put in for it like January 1st. And they like always gave it to the one lady to have off, but I don't even, they're like, oh, well, she has kids. And I'm like, yeah, but aren't her kids adults now? Or are they actually younger kids? Because if you're always giving it to her and she's got adult kids, what the heck? What the heck? The other lady didn't always get it off, and she had, like, teenagers. So that's not really fair. Like, it should rotate who gets it off that year. But I was a grave shift worker, so I worked, some years it was 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. But one year, another year it was midnight to 8. Sometimes I did 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., but it was usually midnight to 8 in the morning. And New Year's Eve, forget it. Everybody was on schedule. You had to, like, be in the hospital and, like, actively having a really bad time for them to even, like, potentially accept the excuse. And even then, you were still in trouble. I was like, no excuses. New Year's Eve, you have to be here because of all of the parties and how busy they were. And it was crazy. And some New Year's Eves, my department didn't have anything to do. Right? Like, we'd just be kind of sitting there with, like, nothing to do. I worked for the in-house line of credit for people that wanted to open up a credit line to gamble with. Some New Year's Eves, we were busy earlier in the day. And sometimes it would pick up a little bit after midnight. But unless you called ahead and got everything set up either earlier that day or earlier in the week, a lot of the time we couldn't help you because everybody was closed. Like, so we had to talk to your bank. And a lot of banks were like, well, our systems are down for maintenance, or they wouldn't talk to us because we were a third party, even with the customer on the phone giving their approval, their verbal approval. Honestly, I don't think they should have been able to apply for credit on the spot because half of the people were drunk anyway. I'm like, do you actually understand what you're applying for? This isn't a cash advance off of your credit card. This is, like, actually a line of credit. So, like, if you don't pay off this loan tonight, in X number of days, it is going to go through your bank account like you wrote a check out to somebody to be processed, and the money needs to be in the account. You understand this, right? Yeah. And then they're trying to tell me that their checking account number, the number on the bottom of their checks, the actual account number was the number on their debit cards. I'm like, no, it's not. And they're like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, no. I think I had one person where that was true. Except it wasn't entirely true. There was a couple of extra numbers tacked on, but they had their checking account was through a credit union. So it was a much smaller bank. So they had part of the checking account number in there with some extra numbers tacked on, and he wasn't sure what extra numbers had to go away. So that was a nightmare. But there were so many drunk people in there at night that were like, yeah, this is my checking account number. I'm like 20 somethings, and I'm like, I'm sorry, how old are you? Did no one ever explain to you at your bank when they gave you this debit card that this is the debit card number that is linked to your checking account? This is not actually your checking account number on the card, right? I'm like, Think about it. Would you really want your checking account number on the bottom of your debit card, where if you lost it, you're fucked? So I'm like, really? Oh my. That was one of the more terrifying aspects of that job, was seeing how many people, honest to God, thought that the number on the bottom of their debit cards was their actual checking account number. I was like, no. Was there a no serve policy for people that were a bit too drunk? There was supposed to be. Like, if they were too sloshed out of their minds, they would, the cocktail waitresses would flag them and be like, nope, you're done. But if they wandered out of that person's section and went to somebody else's section on the other side of the casino, there's no telling if they managed to get a drink out of one of those waitresses or not. There was supposed to be. But then again, I don't know if security got called on anybody that was a little too drunk, that needed to be escorted up to their room to sleep it off. But there were quite some eye-opening times in there. Especially the time they were renovating the bathrooms down near where our office was. We were on like the far side of the casino floor. There was the main bank of cashiers where people were getting cashed out, and we were like on the very end of that row. We had a little alcove at the end of the counters, and past us, a little bit further down the hall, was an emergency exit and the entrance to a bar in the back of the house that the cocktail waitresses used for that section near the cashier windows, the tables that were there. And then there was a bathroom. They were renovating those bathrooms one year. Apparently people were too drunk to understand, or waited too long to have to go to the bathroom, that they had to walk down to the next set of bathrooms that were a little bit further down the casino floor. Maybe a 2 to 3 minute walk from where our office was. Some Saturday nights, because this took them a while to renovate this bathroom. I think it was closed for over a month. Might have been a couple of months. There was either people trying to get into the walled-off closed bathroom, or people were so drunk and so mad that that bathroom was closed, they were peeing on the rug in the corner next to the walled-off bathroom. I think one person pulled their pants down to go number 2 on the carpet. We had to call security a number of times. I'm like, seriously? If you cannot control your bladder, you need to be cut off from drinking for the rest of the night. You need to be escorted off the property. Like, what are you doing? You can't walk down to that bathroom? Then walk quickly. The other bathroom's down there. Just past the gift shop. Just like, wow. It was an interesting place to work. Some nights I had a ton of work to do. Saturday night and Friday night were usually my busy nights. You don't think you have a suitable emote for your expression? Yeah, no, I don't think there is one. I don't think there is one. I really don't. I'm just like, and you're how old? What are you doing here? I don't think you have the maturity level to be here. I understand that your age might have let you in the property, but I don't think you have the maturity level to be here. It was something. It was quite something. some nights I had a ton of work to do, or I was busy with customers coming up to the window, trying to apply, trying to find out why their credit line was on hold. It could have just lapsed into inactivity where we have to re-update all of the paperwork in the file. Or there could have been a problem where one of those loans went to the bank and bounced, and they need to fix it. Or could be a multitude of reasons. They could be at their limit and they wanted an increase. I couldn't do any approvals on line increases. I was just a paperwork monkey, basically, where, and doing data entry into the computer. It's like, okay, print out these reports. All right. See if you can get an updated bank account balance to put in the computer to show that they've got some kind of money in the account. Okay. Or it was calling the bank and doing a conference call with the customer on the phone. That was a fiasco and a half. Half the banks wouldn't talk to us directly, even if the customer was on the line listening and being like, yeah, it's fine. And so the bank would be on the phone with us and the customer's there. And we had to be like, okay, customer, can you please ask your bank this question? And we had to read the question out, and then the customer had to repeat the question to the bank, and then we could get the answer. I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. This shit needs to be done ahead of time. And because we don't have to have them on the phone if they apply ahead of time, and then we can fax the bank our request. And they would give it to us in writing most of the time. Without any problem through the bank service that we used. Like, we had a third party that would go between, and we could get the reports done that way, and that was a lot less of a hassle. But I hated doing those conference calls because I never knew what I was going to run into, and I'm like, ugh. Sometimes if the bank wouldn't talk to us, wouldn't talk to the customer with us on the line at all, we had to write out the questions for the customer to read off to their bank while we were on mute on the phone with them. I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm like, why do we have to go this far? If the bank's not having it, the bank's not having it. But the customer would be like really mad. They're like, no, I really want. I'm like, all right, well, this is what we have to do then. I don't know how kosher that was, but you know, that was our last resort. Unless they had a credit line at another casino. And the other casino properties would usually work with each other. So there were times where I was calling properties across the country in the middle of the night. We had a phone service where we could call, oh, who was it that we would call? It was another country. Macau. We would be calling Macau. What was that? Taiwan, China? Something over there. I can't remember what country it was in. We had like a special phone service that we could call where we could get somebody over there that spoke English to answer our questions. There were times I was calling casinos in Canada in the middle of the night. Vegas. Excuse me. It was quite the adventure. Sometimes we could just print a report that would give us some updated information, or sometimes we could work with that. Sometimes we had to have it verbally confirmed from the other property. I didn't mind doing the paperwork. I hated the actual customer interaction part. Because I never knew what I was going to be faced with. Because there was some, like, dude bro kind of frat boy guys up at my window one night that looked like they were just fucking around. Trying to pretend that they were big shots. But I couldn't tell, right? So, you know, how some people be like, oh yeah, like, you know, they're up at the window, like, so like, what is this? And I was explaining it to them, and they're like, okay, I want to open a credit line. I'm like, all right, for how much? They're like, $1 million. And I thought they were fucking with me, so I started to laugh a little bit. And they're like, no, I'm serious. I'm like, oh, okay. So, so I'm like, okay, I need this, and that. We have to fill out an application. I think they got approved for 500,000. And that was not a high line. That was like middle of the road. We had higher lines there. Yeah. And I'm like, oh god, now I have to kiss your ass too. Which brings me to another question. Did anyone ever lose their house? Um, I don't know, but I was one of the people designated towards the end of my time there that was part of the subpoena team. So whenever the legal department had to take somebody to court because they hadn't paid the money they owed us, um the way the regulations were in New Jersey, they couldn't take the client's credit file, the original credit file, out of the credit office. We had to keep that on property in the office. So we would get emails sent down, and only a couple of people had the ability to access the emails. And we would have to photocopy their entire credit file and make a secondary file. We called it a dummy file since it was a duplicate. And we would have to front and back every single credit report that we ever ran, every single piece of paper that was in those files, so that legal could pick it up and take it to court or take it up to their office to figure out what they were going to do with it. One lady had 2 folders as part of her credit line file that were let me see here. I don't think I have anything to express how thick this folder was. Maybe about that thick. Like the file wouldn't even close, and it was an extended folder. And we had 2 of those. So we were tying up one of the copy machines in the main area because we were back with the main cashier checkout point. And they had their own copy machine, but a lot of times they tried to use the one that was up by our window, and I'm like, no. They're like, what? I'm like, you're gonna be waiting a while, you need to go to the one in the back. I'm working on a credit file and I can't lose my place. I've got like 600 pages that I need to photocopy, and we had to do each one individually, front and back. I don't think that person had that high of a line either. They might have been maybe $1 million, but they had their credit line a long time. Maybe it was 5 million. It wasn't too outlandish. We had another guy that was being a real asshole one time. He was drunk as shit. He came in at like 4 o'clock in the morning. He wanted an increase on his credit line. You can only get like a temporary increase like once every 30 days or so. It's 30 days or 45 days. I think it was 30 days. Like our computer system, that's how it was set up. That's how the regulations were for New Jersey. You could only get a temporary every so many days, and that was only 10% of your line. Dude had apparently been gambling around town at other properties, maxed out his credit lines all over town at the properties he was at, was being a real asshole over there, came down to our property, and I don't know why they kissed his ass so bad, but they did. He only had like a $6 million credit line. It wasn't even that much. We had people with higher credit lines. Much higher credit lines than that. And they were like treating this guy like he was like some big deal. And he really wasn't. He ran some kind of company either out of New York or Philly or something. I can't remember where. I don't even remember what he was doing. It might have been at Cleaners. or something ridiculous. I don't remember. And not that having a cleaner business is ridiculous. It's just it was ridiculous they gave him this much of a credit line. He shouldn't have never had that much. He was being a real jerk off to now I didn't make decisions on files. I was the paperwork monkey. They wanted me to get the license to make decisions on the files. I did not want to be in that position. I'm like, I'm good. And they're like, "Oh, well, I mean, you'll get more money when you're out here at the desk." And I'm like, "I'm good." I'm like, "That's great and all, but no, I don't want that. I see what you guys have to go through. I'm good." Um, so plus it was more money that I had to shell out for a more extensive background check. I think that license was $1,200. Now, supposedly the property was going to help me pay for that, but that meant that I had to work there for an additional, I think, year and a half to 2 years before I could leave, or if I left or quit, then I had to pay whatever remainder was still owed on the license. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. My license initial base cost was like $350, and I think renewal might have been like $200 or something. Because since I was dealing with financial information, I had to be background checked and fingerprinted and all that shit. Since I was dealing with sensitive information, social security numbers and stuff. So they took that aspect seriously, but real prick. His line was of a limit where the director of the department had to make the decision on whether or not he got an increase. So clerks, which is what I was, couldn't make any decisions. We just ran paperwork and put the decision into the computer. Because it was like, if you made the decision on somebody's credit line, you couldn't enter their increase, decrease, whatever reactivation into the computer. You had to have a clerk do it. So it was always like one person could never make all of the decisions and do the paperwork on a file. There always had to be a clerk and an executive involved. For red tape reasons, just so there wasn't any funny business going on. So everything was like double the amount of hands touching it, so nobody could do something underhandedly and get away with shit. So to protect the property and protect the company and the money and all that. So I was like, okay, fine, whatever. So I was in the back. I was there this night, and they had been making phone calls on this guy for a while. I got they knew he was in town, so they had his folder up in a these are the people that are in town that might walk through the door this weekend area for us to access quickly. So he came in, he was kind of being a bit of a prick. He wanted more money. He didn't really have anything available. I think the clerk that was there might have given him a temporary that she was able to do without waking up the executive, because he was in bed. He was home. He went home hours ago. I think he went home around midnight that night. Or the director, excuse me. And so she's like, well, I can give you a temporary, but anything else, I'm gonna have to make some phone calls. I'm gonna have to wake up my boss. And he was like, fine, whatever. So she's like, why don't you go get some coffee and some breakfast? She was like trying to stall so she didn't have to wake him up, because he had just gone to bed, and he took half the time he was taking sleep aids because he couldn't sleep. So she knew it was going to be a bitch and a half to wake him up if he had just gone to bed not 2 hours ago. So she's trying to stall a little bit, and he was fucking smashed. So he comes back like an hour later. It's 5 a.m. now, and he's still bitching that he wants his increase and stuff, and he's not leaving the office until he gets it. And then he started to get real pissy, because she's like, well, I'm working on making these phone calls that I need to make. And then he started cussing her out. Well, the manager of table games came over to see what was going on. And we're not allowed to do anything. We just have to stand there and take it because the customers, you know, high roller, we have to deal with them. And he's cussing her out this way, another way. And then he cussed out her mother. And I don't know how that happened, but then she's like, oh no, what we're not doing is that. So she started cussing him back. And the manager for table games is just standing there, not trying to diffuse the situation whatsoever, not trying to pull him away, just letting him run his mouth. And I'm like, oh god. And then she starts running her mouth back at him, and I'm like, oh god, oh god. So then the table manager finally managed to pull him away and out of the office. She ended up getting fired because she cussed him out. After he cussed her out, he started it. Didn't matter. But because she cussed him out back, he ended up getting her fired. That was fun. And then they turned around and approved his increase, his permanent increase. They never should have, but they did. To, you know, try to make him happy, because now he was mad because the executive cussed him back out, and trying to make it right. So they went up the chain of command and they pushed the increase through. And then a couple of weeks later, we had an email come down that legal needed his file photocopied because all of the checks that they were sending to the bank were bouncing. And it wasn't just our property that they were bouncing from, it was every single property he had been at that weekend. So and I think he had to file for bankruptcy for his business and everything, and I'm just like, see, this should have never, he should have never been given that increase. It should have never been allowed to happen. But you all wouldn't put your fucking foot down because you didn't want to lose the customer, you didn't want to make him angry. And now look what happened. He was spread way too thin. It was like, people are fucking dumb. But they learned, I want to say they learned that lesson, but I don't think they did. It was quite... You're not surprised that you left with all that drama? Okay, well, the main reason I ended up leaving was we were having our own family drama at the time, and my sanity couldn't take it anymore at home. So we moved out because we were living with my mom and dad at the time up there. And there was some other shit going on, and I couldn't take it anymore with that. And so we ended up moving down here with Russell's mom, the husband's mother. And right before I left, they were getting real budget conscious, right? And I'm like, you guys wanted me to be a temporary part-time key license executive, to sit at the desk, to make decisions. But now all of a sudden we're worried about budget. And they were talking about, so there had been a guy that had been part of watching table games that came over and was now an executive to make decisions on credit files. He changed departments. So a lot of the times in the morning, I had him as my executive that would make the decisions until I left in the morning. He was supposed to come in at 4 a.m. Supposed to. Then they were talking about, because of budget, okay, well, he's going to start coming in at 6 a.m. now. So anything that needs a decision, you're going to have to call the director of the department between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. You need to wake him up and tell him what's going on, and then see what he wants to do. And I was like, no, what we're not doing is that. I'm like, that's above my pay grade. Y'all ain't paying me enough for that. I'm sorry. I was making under $15 an hour putting up with that bullshit. Like well under $15 an hour. What was I making? I think I was making 11 something, maybe 12 something an hour at the most before I left. And I'm like, no. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. The couple of times that my 4 a.m. guy didn't come in until 6, he was actually getting up at 4 and he was calling and checking in on me to see if anything was going on, if he needed to hurry up and come in a little bit early, if there was any problems going on. And I'm like, oh, I don't have anything at the moment. He'd be like, all right, well, I'll be there soon. He's like, if you've got something, call me. I was like, okay. But I didn't know how long that was going to continue, that he was going to, like, be the go-between. Because there were times where we had somebody walk in off the street totally unannounced that we had no idea was in town with a high credit line that needed something. And I'm like, I can't do anything. And I'd be like, well, I'll have somebody here shortly. And technically, that was a violation of the New Jersey state law. Because if table games were open, then actually, if the gaming floor was open, because that people also took out credit line for slots. So, if the gaming floor was open, there had to be an executive in the office, as an executive and clerk in the office, for people to take out, they called them markers, like checks on their lines of credit, in case there was an issue. And I'm like, how are you gonna get away with this? I'm like, how's this gonna work? And I was just getting really uncomfortable about the whole thing. And I'm like, you know what? State of New Jersey has my ass. So they have like extended family written down. They had to extensively background check me. They actually did background check me because I had to put down where my current employment was when I applied for my license, and they called there. And I didn't tell my bosses in HR that I was even applying for a casino license, because I didn't want to tell them I was leaving if I didn't know if I was leaving yet, because if I didn't get the license approved, then I wasn't going anywhere, you know. And she reamed me out when I came in the day that they had called to background check me. She's like, why didn't you tell me you're looking for another job? And I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about? I was like, well, I'm not looking yet. I applied for the license. I need to work somewhere that has insurance, and you guys aren't providing insurance. She's like, you could have fucking told us. And I was like, okay. Technically, I didn't really have to tell you, but all right. She was pissed because I did bank deposits and counted down registers on the weekends, so she didn't have to come in, and I covered when she was on vacation. That's why she was mad. And I gave them a 2-week notice, but I only ended up working 1 week of that because they wanted me to start sooner. Excuse me. But I'm like, I'm not comfortable dealing with you guys playing weirdness with the state regulations, and I'm not getting in trouble for any of this shit. Excuse me. It's like, you all don't pay me enough for this. I'm out. Thanks. Time to go. I think I put up with that shit. How long did I work at the casino? 4 years? 5 years? It was a while. It was quite a while. They, in fact, had laid me off at one point. They had done a round of layoffs, and the director of my department was livid. that I was in the round of layoffs because I was their overnight clerk for most of the days. And I was at the time one of his few competent clerks, apparently. That the executives could go on their meal break and not have to worry about the office catching on fire while they were gone, apparently. From what I found out later. And apparently they did not talk with him about who was gonna get laid off from the department. They went above his head and did it. And when the paperwork come down, he's like, "What?" He's like, "No, no, you can't let this one go." And they're like, "Too bad, so sad. We're letting her go." And he's like, "No, no, 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 no. I need that one." He's like, I have to have that one." And to his credit, he actually fought for 6 months with the property to get me back. That's how mad he was that they had laid me off. And I did get my job back. Except they had to bring me back as part-time instead of full-time, which is what I had been. And they brought me back at a really shitty excuse me. Okay, let's see if that works. Losing my voice. They had brought me back at a really shitty time slot of 2 in the morning until 10 in the morning, which I absolutely hated. And I couldn't understand why they had me working that time slot, but that was because it was a part-time. And the other clerk who I replaced when I came in was working till 2 in the morning. So I was like, for fuck's sake. I was like, why can't you work normal hours? Like, why can't you work, like, I don't know, 4 to 12 and then I'll come in at midnight? This is dumb. Hated that. But that went on for several months before they could bring me back up to full time. But I needed a paycheck, so. And at the time, I really didn't want to go back to retail at the time. And I don't think any of the other properties were hiring. And he's like, just sit there, just collect unemployment, don't get another job. He's like, I'm trying to get you back. I was like, all right. And then I had somebody that was a little too infatuated with me in a different department. One of the cashiers. So let me see how I can describe this. So our department was kind of back of the house, kind of. We had like customer windows, and there was a little alcove with some chairs and a desk and some computers where the executives would talk to the people about their credit lines and stuff. But to access the back of our office where we would have to do all of our paperwork and where all the files were kept, those were locked. So we had to go through a security checkpoint. So we entered from the casino floor through an airlock that they had with big intimidating doors that had to be buzzed open from the security desk. And they would check the cameras to make sure that we were supposed to be going back there and we weren't just a customer screwing around. And then we had to go down like another hallway, and then we were the office itself was connected with like the main cashiers, so there would be cashier windows and we had to like walk behind them, and we had to then walk over to our series of desks that were back there in our computer systems and stuff. So the cashiers and us, we kind of intermingled, like walked back and forth past each other at times, if they needed change or if they were getting their keys for their windows and stuff. Or if a cashier was coming back from another side of the casino, they were like returning their money from their drawers from over there. Like, so like we were constantly like intermingling in the same area. We didn't really interact with each other very much unless it was just like, hey, how are you? Or if we knew them. But this one particular cashier, I didn't really talk to them very much. I didn't really have any reason to talk to them very much. They would like to sit down at our desk that we had, because we had like 3 cubicles, and then we had a desk that we could sit at to watch our main window. We did get to sit down in that job, because we were doing paperwork a lot of the time and computer work. But if somebody had to be sitting at the front desk where we could see the window in case somebody walked up. And that's usually where I was sitting at night, because I was usually 9 times out of 10, I'd be the only clerk there for my shift. Sometimes somebody would overlap with me for like an hour or two, but usually I was there on my own. So this one cashier would sit down next to me to sign his keys in and out for his window when he shouldn't have been. And I'm like, can I help you? And they're like, oh, hi, how are you? I'm like, hi. And I'd be like sitting there doing data entry for files and stuff into people's accounts and stuff in the computer. And I'm like, still trying to figure out what this dude's deal is. And his supervisors would see him, and then they'd yell at him to get to work, or why are you sitting down? Just sign your key out, let's go. And fine, whatever. But then I started noticing the days that he got done at 4 in the morning, and I was still there till 8. If I was checking the emails at like 4 a.m. on one of the back computers, because there was only one computer that had email access in our department, to see if any subpoena requests had come down, I would see him out of the corner of my eye, standing in the long walkway, near where our filing cabinets were, because they were these huge, massive filing cabinets that were on rollers that we had to like turn a little ship wheel to make them roll back and forth. They were pretty heavy sometimes to get in there to deal with the filing. He'd be standing like kind of round in there staring at me. And at first I thought I was just crazy. I'm like, oh, he's not staring at you. He's probably staring at something else. But the more days this started happening, he only ever did it when I was sitting at one of the back cubicles looking up something or running a report or something that I could only access on one of those terminals. And I'm like, the fuck? Why is he staring at me? Because like we had 3 cubicles of the 4. The 4th one belonged to somebody else back there. And they were clear glass. Like clear, like plexiglass. Like you could see through them. They were tinted, but you could see. And I'm like, and I'm thinking, the dude knows I can see him, right? And I'm like, why is he staring at me? And it was starting to get kind of unsettling. I'm like, he's just standing there staring at me. What the fuck? And it started to make my skin crawl, and I'm like, why is he staring at me? So then it was getting to the point where I started, I was like, oh, hey, what's with your cashier? To one of his supervisors, because I would talk to them when they were slow. And they would bullshit with me at times too. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't know the dude's name, but the one that left at 4. The one that keeps sitting down next to me, signing his keys out. Why is he staring at me when he leaves? And they're like, what? And I'm like, watch him. The next time he comes in and goes to leave at 4 a.m., he stands there and stares at me. And it's weird, and I don't know why he's doing it. And they're like, it's probably nothing. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And then they started making a joke about it that, that was my boyfriend. I'm like, no, we're not joking about this. I was like, I'm married. I don't need this. I don't want this. He's married too, apparently, from what people were saying, with a couple of kids. And I was like, what? Why is he staring at me? And I was like, I'm not a fan of this. So then it got to the point where one day we had a large cafeteria where the employees could eat at. And it was open 24/7 because of all the different shifts that were coming and going. So when I took the bus in, I would get there early ahead of my shift, so I got there on time with the way the bus schedule was. So I'd be sitting up there reading or whatever, trying to kill some time before my shift started. The one day, he came in. I guess he was on lunch when I came in, before my shift started. And, he sat down at the table I was sitting at. They were kind of like booth style seating. And just starts talking to me. And I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, what is happening? We're not this close. Why are you? Hi. I'm just like why are you sitting here? I am neither cashier nor I don't even think I know your name. We don't talk that much. I'm civil to you, but I don't want this. And I'm just like, hi. And he started talking and asking me a couple of questions, and he was sitting down to eat. And there were other tables open, by the way. There were tables wide open through several parts of that cafeteria. But he sat down at my table, and I'm like, okay. I looked up at the clock, and I'm like, oh shoot, I'm late. I gotta go. And I kind of like bummed around the gift shop looking for candy to eat on my shift, and went and hid in the girls' locker room for a while because I had nowhere else to go because I still had like a half an hour before my shift started. And I'm like, okay. I was like, I don't, why? Like, I was just very weirded out by the whole thing, and I just wasn't liking the vibes I was getting. And I'm like, yeah, no, leave. So I was like, okay. So, and my husband also worked at the same property. He had just left a few minutes after, or a few minutes before this guy sat down, because his shift started before mine that day. So he kind of left me there because he had to go clock in. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll see you when you go on your break, if you have time to stop by. And then this dude just plopped his ass down, and I'm like, the fuck? Like, what is happening? And I'm like, okay, all right. Maybe they're just lonely. I'm a weird person, so I was like, I don't know. No. I'm not that bold when it comes to like making friends with people. I gotta ease my way into it and feel you out a bit and like get the vibe check going. And I wasn't liking the vibes from him, and I'm like, yeah, okay. So I really didn't want any parts of that. So I kind of left, and I was probably a bit of an asshole move the way I left, but I was like, oh shit, I'm late, I gotta go. So he was like, okay. So he like didn't really pay any mind to that. I'm like, okay, good. So I dicked around before my shift started, and I had said something to one of his supervisors. I'm like, so now he's not only staring at me, now he's just sitting himself down at the table I'm sitting at upstairs. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, huh. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, tell him to knock it the fuck off. So, a little bit of time passed, and I was purposely trying to sit at tables that, because they had some single booth seats where it was like one person on one side, one person on the other, where I would be putting my bag of stuff on the one chair or my coat on the one chair, and then I'd be sitting on the other. Um, at times, or sometimes when the husband had to go clock in, it would be close enough to my shift start where I would like wander away and then go bullshit with the executive before I clocked in downstairs if it was slow enough. And so that was fine for a while. The staring wasn't fine. That kept continuing. And that was starting to really unnerve me. And I don't know if I'm just a weird person. Maybe I am. But things had kind of settled down a little bit whenever he was leaving, when he'd be signing his keys back in, because he usually was being a cashier on a different part of the casino floor. And so when he came in to sign his keys back in when he was leaving, I got up and went to go do the filing in the back so he couldn't see me to stare at me, right? I'd be hiding in the rolling filing cabinets. And like the pansy that I am. And so I mean things kept kind of going on. If I didn't know he was there, then I would see him staring at me, and I'm like, okay. And like I kept, mentioning to his supervisor, I'm like, he's still doing this, he's still doing that. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck else I'm supposed to talk to, but, and I had mentioned it to my executive that came in at 4 a.m. a couple of times, because sometimes I would hang out at the front counter a little bit longer than necessary talking to her, just to avoid having to be in the back and being anywhere near him. Right? Kind of just removing myself as far from the situation as I could be, but still be doing my job. And, the one night, I was upstairs in the cafeteria. And, my shift hadn't started yet. It wasn't starting for like another half an hour. I was up there trying to read. And I was sitting in one of the larger booths. However, this booth was up against a wall, right? So you could only get in and out from one end of the table. I'm sitting there trying to read my Kindle, and there's suddenly like a shadow over my screen, and I'm like, the fuck? And I thought, well, maybe it was just somebody looking at one of the TV monitors that was up there, or checking their phone or something, and didn't realize where they had stopped. And I kind of ignored it for a moment. And then there was a hand on my shoulder, and I'm like, the fuck? Who's the fuck's touching me? Why is someone touching me? And I'm like, why is someone touching me? And I whipped my head up, and he's standing, the same dude, at the end of the table, like right where I would go to get up. And he's got his hand on my shoulder, and he's like, oh, hi, how are you today? And like being like all this like chummy, like he's my best friend. And I'm like, why the fuck is he touching me? And like I'm like, I'm like, I have to go. And I like grabbed my stuff and like left, and I was so beside myself because now he's fucking touching me, and I couldn't get up because of where he was. And like I had to like wait for him to freaking move. And I'm like trying not to have a complete total meltdown in front of all of these people, because I was already freaked out enough, because there was people coming and going, and, shift casino dealers got breaks every 20 minutes and stuff. I'm like losing my mind. I don't know if there was cameras in the cafeteria. There might have been. There was cameras everywhere. There was at least 50 to 75 cameras back where our office was, because we were near the main bank for the casino. We were in that area, so where all the money was kept for the most part, because the supervisors would be doing nightly deposits with these huge rolling carts of money just right next to me. And I'm like, okay, I don't like this, but all right. But I don't know how many were in the cafeteria. So I'm like losing my mind. I'm like, why is he touching me? Why is he touching me? Like I know a lot of people like, oh, we just touched your shoulder, what the fuck's the big deal? It was a big deal for me because this guy had been staring at me for months and being weird for months, and now he's touching me, and I'm like, oh, this just escalated. So I'm like, no, no touchy, no touchy, no touchy. So I immediately went downstairs, went to my supervisor, And I'm like, oh my God. And they're like, what? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? And I can't even. Like, my hands were shaking and shit. I'm like, I need to talk to the cage supervisor now. And I'm like, I know my shift doesn't start yet. So my supervisor, one of the executives, who happened to be one of the females that was on duty, so I was like, oh, thank goodness. Because the other guy, one of the guys that was there at night with me for half the shift, that would have been awkward to go through because half the time he wasn't even in the office anyway. He was out wandering the casino floor. Because if he sat down in the office, he'd fall asleep. So I really didn't want to have to explain this with him there. Because he would have been like, oh, it's no big deal. But one of the females was there, and I'm like, yo. So she called the cage supervisor over, and I'm like, look. I said, now your boy's touching me. And she goes, what? And I had to explain the whole thing to her. She's like, oh no. She's like, no, no, no. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. He just fucking did it upstairs. And she's like, oh God. I was like, I told you to tell him to knock the fuck off. So then they had to pull him into the office. And they pulled in another person. And I don't know if it was as a witness because it was one of the bankers or whatever that dealt with I guess money coming in and out of windows and stuff. I don't know if they pulled her in to try to translate for him because English was not his first language, or if she was just there strictly as a witness. I don't know what the deal was with that, but they said they talked to him several times. They went over it repeatedly, and she's like, I don't know how well he understood what we were trying to tell him, that was not okay. She's like, but whenever he's here, we're gonna try to make sure he's working on the other side of the building when that room is open, because I think he worked in their poker room whenever it was open. That room wasn't always open, but they're like, we'll try to work his schedule so he's not, so you two aren't in the same place very often. And I'm like, all right. I was like, I don't care. I just want him to stop. Like, we don't have to go like ultimate overboard with this. I just want him to stop. Just leave me alone. I don't exist. I'm a ghost. Like, just don't acknowledge me, don't touch me, don't talk to me, don't stare at me, and we're good. Just ignore me. I'm a piece of furniture. Just whatever. You know, I was like, that's all I want is for him to leave me alone. That's all I want. We don't have to go to like 900 degrees of extreme here. Just leave me alone. And I thought it was done with. I really thought that night, okay, I was upset, but they were handling it finally. And I'm like, okay, we're good. About 2 weeks later, my morning executive that came in at 4 a.m., she's like, it's slow. Do you want to leave to catch the early bus? And I'm like, yes, please. So I was trying to get out of there like a half hour early so I could try to catch the earlier bus so I didn't have to wait around for another hour. And somebody real nicely business dressed walked in. Like nice, like a lady walked in, like dress suit and all. Skirt, jewelry, whole 9 yards, high heels, clicking on the little tile entryway to our office. And I'm like, oh fuck, a customer. And then they're like, are you so and so? And I'm like, they had walked in as I was coming around the corner to go clock out, and I'm like, okay. Like our director let us keep our coats in his office. He didn't care. So I was coming around to grab my coat, and my executive was sitting at the desk, and I'm like, the fuck? And they're like, are you so and so? I'm like, shit, I'm not getting out of here. I'm like, there goes that bus. And I was so mad. I'm like, why? I'm like, I might be. And so they're like, oh, okay. They're like, great, we caught you. And I'm like, that implies that you've been trying to catch me for a while. Like, what the fuck's going on? I work grave shift. Hi. These are the times of night that I'm here. And they're like, oh, we need you to fill out a statement about the incident that happened. I'm like, holy fuck, now it's up to HR. I'm like, I just want the guy to leave me alone. And So then I had to fill out an entire statement written for HR and explain to them what had happened. And I'm like, now I feel like I'm overreacting because so many people now I've had to explain the story, but they weren't there for all of it. And now, like, this had been going on for months at this point, and I'm like, I can't. Like, y'all are making me feel like they didn't say I was overreacting, but I felt stupid each time I had to re-explain this. And I'm just like, oh god. So she's like, oh, we just need a written statement just to, just for files. And I'm like, okay. I filled it out, wrote out everything, missed my bus. I had to wait for the next one. And then the next night I came in, or that night, I guess, and the director was still there. And I'm like, hi. And he's like, yeah, so I need you to put this. It was in a sealed envelope. He goes, this is a copy of your statement. Nobody else knows what's in here. They're like, we're gonna put it in your file, but the personnel files were in a filing cabinet that we didn't really open very often for all of the clerks and the department stuff. That was in the back with us. He goes, go ahead, find your file. He goes, and stick this in there. I know what's in there, you know what's in there, and only the other people that you told know what happened. And I'm like, okay. Like, just so we have it on file. And I'm like, okay, I hope this is the end of it, because I'm done with this anxiety-ness over this. About maybe 2 weeks after that, I came in and there was like a big hadoop going on in the back. The supervisors for the cashiers were all in a fuss, and they were on the phone with security and talking about, we'll pull the tapes for this window. And I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? And I'm like, what's happening? I didn't find out until after the incident, like almost maybe 2/3 through my shift. The one supervisor comes back. She's like, well, you don't have to worry about your boy anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, we just fired him. Or he was going to be fired in like the next day or something. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, his drawer wasn't settling. He was $50 off. And like more than like $10, like I think like $50 they're pulling cameras. And like 25 you're getting like a write-up. Like they don't play. They're pulling cameras. They're like, she had to go up to security and watch his entire shift, I guess, sped up to see why his window wasn't settling, to see if he fucked up handling the money coming out of his window. And apparently they have him on camera taking a $50 chip. I think it was $50. I could be wrong about the amount, but I think they had him on camera taking the chip and not putting it in his chip rack, but putting it alongside the window or something, or on the shelf but not in the rack. And that was a no-no. And then he didn't pick the chip back up when he was settling his drawer, and that's why he was coming up 50 short. I don't know if he had the chip on him, if he pocketed it, or what. I don't know. But they're like, nope, that's fireable. And so they just got rid of him. Because they considered it intent to steal. And I was like, oh. Interesting. But I think they let him go because of the incident and all of the trouble. And I think they were like, oh, this is a good excuse. We're just gonna make this the reason why we're gonna get rid of this guy, I guess. Unless he had done other stuff that I didn't know about. But I was relieved when they said that he was gone and would not be back, but that was some fucking bullshit. I'm like, how many times do I have to tell you that your dude cashier is being weird? And I don't like it. Somebody needs to talk to him. Tell him to knock the fuck off. But yeah, that was an incident I did not enjoy at all. Alright, well, we got the top. I'm not counting this part because I have to do something extra down here. But we got most of the top done today. we've got Coral Island tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central. And then Monday we're finishing my mom's gift, the tissue paper rooster. Yeah, I was happy that they were getting rid of him, but it seemed real weird that it happened that fast. And like I felt bad for dude losing his job, but at the same time, why? You're married, you have kids. What the fuck? This is weird for me. And I'm not I'm not somebody that's going to fool around when I was married as well. And I'm like, no, I have no reason to. Like, stop it. Just stop it. So Monday we're gonna finish the rooster, I think. Tuesday we'll be back to this guy. We'll start working on the underside here and working forward. I don't know if we'll completely finish that on Tuesday because Tuesday's gonna be like maybe a 4-hour stream unless I start early. But I don't know how early I'll be able to start that day. So we made some progress with getting the body colored. I know I didn't color this part, but I'm gonna have to do some angled stuff here and to get this covered. It's gonna be a little awkward, so I'm gonna wait till we get the rest of it covered, and then I'll deal with that. But we're getting there. We got the top basically done. We still have to do the tail, but tail we'll deal with. Maybe we'll do the tail on. No, I want to do the underside on Tuesday. And we'll have to do some extra streams this coming week as well. Because I still have to make the leggies and attach them and color them. We still have to attach the head and put the wiggle eyes and the eyebrows on him. So we're making progress though. I feel a little bit better about where we're at the moment. Not entirely, but a little bit better. But you know, we're getting there. So I will see everybody tomorrow for Coral Islands. Thank you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon. It was lovely meeting you, JRH. I hope your doggo and you stay safe in the weather and that it improves quickly. We have links to all the socially things down below somewhere. There's going to be links to the Instagram, the Ko-fi, the Blue Sky, and the YouTube page. Don't forget to check out the YouTube page and subscribe over there. Subscribing over there is free, unlike here. It's equivalent to the follow here. Because we're working on a playthrough of Bear and Breakfast. I will finish that game. And we've got some of that going up. I haven't streamed that, so that's strictly for the YouTube channel. And we have all of the live streams archived over there for the most part. So, yeah. So, thank you. It was a lovely afternoon. You guys have a good night, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow for Coral Island.